Hi, everybody. Today is Friday, November 29. Happy Black Friday to everybody. And we have a very interesting, very special D-class call for you guys. This is actually going to be led by Liana, and the rest of us are going to be flower pots for the most part on this call because uh, how do I even put this? Well, Liana will do her own self-introduction and get right into the call shortly. But this is going to be, I think, the beginning of one of our more comprehensive D-class calls because it covers so many different topics all rolled into one. And I think the beauty of this call specifically will show you guys why it's so important to understand everything in context with one another, as opposed to learning this one piece of stellar and that one piece of stellar. So this narrative, this story that she's going to unfold for everybody will truly show, how big the corruption is, how big the D classes can get, and it's still technically only a very small fraction of the bigger D classes. But you'll have a very good sense of how massive, how pervasive, and how, let's call it, all-encompassing these criminals can get, and what are some ways to help catch them. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Liana, if you can screen share and feel free to take it away.
Thank you, Emily. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen here. And we are going to jump right into it. I'm not sure how long the call is going to take, but I'm going to try to be quick and also thorough. So can everybody see my screen?
Yes, and I have an extra padding on my chair today, so I can pancake.
Awesome. Okay, so let me put this. There we go. Okay. So this is my personal stellar testimony turned global quorum lesson using the story of my own experience with a 4-year long, I should edit that, that's more like 3, close to 4-year long, targeted partial infiltration and hijacking disguised as a romantic relationship and divine mission, which was actually discovered September 13th, 2024. This presentation will connect a variety of stellar topics spanning from Khazarian Mafia and CTGX D-Class to Roach Motel D-Class to our Unicorn reports, including our most recent Unicorn Report 6, which we just had a few days ago, and as well as our Divine D-Classes. It'll touch on core stellar elements like KYC, DQKD, trust, foundational algos, and consensus, and will hopefully clearly illustrate the connection between stellar technology and our spiritual journey by connecting ledger data with energetic data and prior D-class, as well as presenting a helpful new piece of D-class for our stellar litmus tests. So I've broken this presentation down into different topics. We'll start with our intro. We'll move into ledger data. Then we'll move into energetic data. And I've got a little bonus slide that has just a quick little bonus story in there. And then we'll close with summary, closing lessons, and statements. So before I actually get started on the intro, I want to recap with 2 ICOs that I feel like had a really big part in this reveal. Kim and Archangel Michael's protection force field. So I would like you to keep both of these ICOs and the timelines of their launching in mind as we move through the presentation. So the Kim ICO was launched July 16th of 2024. And if you all recall, this ICO kicked off our venture into R&R exposure of infiltration from within. And I've just included a little blip here that I felt was really relevant. In the ICO, it is stated that unresolved issues from the past may need to be addressed before you can progress further on your path. However, this is a reminder to use your blessings to be of service to others. Service to others gives you purpose. You may be a good leader, but in order to prevent power and authority from getting to your head, look to God and your guardian angels for support and guidance in all of your endeavors. Then the AMPF ICO, which launched September 3rd of 2024. And this blip here, how it works. Celestial shielding technology, AMPF deploys celestial shielding, which creates an impenetrable barrier around your properties, ensuring that no harm, whether physical, digital, or spiritual, comes. And the shield is continuously monitored and maintained by AMPF, ensuring that its protection is always at full strength. Personal and property shielding. Imagine all of your many QP bonuses, such as properties, assets, vaults, bunkers, etc., are surrounded by a divine shield that repels all forms of danger. And this even extends to your digital presence, securing your communications, finances, and personal data from any form of intrusion. Step aside QKD. This is now divine QKD. Spiritual sanctity and fortification. This celestial shielding also fortifies your spiritual environment, ensuring that your homes are sanctified, free from negative energies, and continuously blessed by the divine forces of Archangel Michael. Your living spaces will not only be safe, but also serve as places of spiritual growth and enlightenment. So now we'll begin our story with the actual intro. So our story actually begins during the R&R investigation, 2 weeks after the Kim ICO, with super sleuths from White Hat Army now targeting my wallet about the XLM that I received from a mysterious individual known as Daddy Numpty. So in this screenshot over here, Super Sleuths has cited an exchange wallet that's funding Daddy Numpty's wallet, which is funding Liana's. And this exchange wallet is also funding Yaska's. So here she has shared Daddy Numpty's wallet and wants to know, indicates that Daddy Numpty is known as JFK free. So Emily asks me in a chat, who is Daddy Numpty, Liana? And I say, yes, he is indeed JFK free. And I share the story of how I am connected to this Daddy Numpty. I've known him since the end of 2020. He's not anonymous to me, and he is in Germany. I didn't know that he was part of QSI until shortly before he was banned by Spartan in 2022. So I go on to share this story of this JFK free, noting that Super Sleuth here is really great at her math and calculating that JFK free has sent me over, was it 700,000 XLM from Daddy Numpty. But the interesting thing is that she wants to expose this XLM transfer over the last few years as though I am involved with some sort of, what is it? Oh, she thinks I have a sugar daddy. But what's actually happened is that she has begun a process of helping me to expose who Daddy Numpty is. So the first beep on my radar actually occurs during this conversation with Emily, where I share a little bit that this JFK free, who also is known as 117, during our few-year-long relationship, he had disclosed at one point that he had helped Emily to mint her 347 token. And I shared that with Emily because I was very excited that he may potentially join us as a QP one day. And so she had shared that she was going to unban him and invited him to come to training and to take training to potentially QP. But when I shared with her that he had shared with me that he had helped to mint this 347 token, Emily says, no, he didn't help me to mint any tokens. I minted them on StellarMint.io by paying for their service. And this was my first sort of inclination of, did I understand what 117 had said, or is there a chance that he maybe was dishonest with me and he didn't actually help her to mint anything? So I do ask her that if he does come back to chat, please keep our connection private because I am not one for PDA. So August 2nd through the 4th of 2024. This is when I invite 117 to come take our basic training and express my excitement. He keeps stalling, though, with training and being really dodgy and saying a bunch of weird stuff that's kind of throwing me off. And inside, I'm starting to wonder if we actually have the same mission at all. Is he really meant to QP with us, or is he meant to come to Stellar later? And why is he acting so strange? I thought that 117 would be excited for this because he had been supporting us behind the scenes, sending a whole lot of XLM for all of our group funds, and was constantly telling me to stay focused on the mission. So why is he acting so funny? I'm going to see if I can zoom in here. Let's see. Ooh, uh-oh. Okay, I'm going to try to, let me see if I can do this. Okay. So I'm not going to be able to show my cursor here so that you guys can see. Hopefully you can follow along. But I'm working my way from left to right on these screen caps. I'm not going to read every single message, just the highlighted parts. So on the left here, August 2nd, I invite him to take the training at Emily's invitation. And I give him all the links for the training. And I let him know that he's also been unbanned and that he can now see the main channel and announcement page to keep up with everything. And I let him know how excited I am that he's going to take the training, because even our devs and archangels are required to complete the training. And it's sort of this initiatory process, you know, to become part of our community and join in our mission. I also let him know that qualification for QP is also tied to our soul signature. Our frequency is part of the KYC process. He responds kind of funny and says, I was never gone from QSI. I believed in it and chose it at the creation. I was always with you. Okay, that's kind of interesting. He chose us at the creation. This is quite a big thing to say. So August 4th, a couple days later, I remind him to come take the quizzes again. He responds, haha, I'll check on it all tomorrow, knowing what it means to you, even though you will have one big surprise about it all. And he shares this GIF that he's kind of always sharing throughout the years, this gotcha bitch, which I always thought that this had something to do with it. He had this like big surprise in store for me, that there was something really amazing. But you'll start to see over the course of this presentation, it probably means something quite a bit different. So let's see, August 4th, down here at the bottom, I'm asking him to keep our relationship private when he comes into chat, that I don't like PDA and I like to focus on the mission. And I'm expressing to him that everything is mission first for me. And I prefer that to be my focus, and for personal things, personal relationships, to be kept private. And he says, do you remember that I am 117? I am everywhere. And he says, I love your focus, but don't over focus. And you forgot that I can't be found unless I want to be found. The funny thing is that he's definitely found now. So August 4th, again, I'm moving on to the last screenshot on the right. He's asking me if I remember when he was banned. He says, do you remember when I was kicked out by this one person who requested me to bow and apologize for nothing? And you'll find out here in a little bit why he was banned. And I said, yes, that was Spartan. He was a roach. He goes on to say, there are some more that will be showing their faces. There's a good reason why I remind you that your intentions matter and to protect and keep your energies positive. Soon you'll connect even more. He goes on to say, I was at the creation, I never left, and I never will. I am a strong energy in the entire universe, and in all of my timeline, I am me, 117. Never to be changed, never to be corrupted, can't be fooled, blah, blah, blah. I chose you to be this soul that I believe can do what you are thriving and developing in. We have a lot of ego in these messages. Make sure I got that right. Okay. August 22nd and September 2nd, I approach him again about the QSI test, and he's still being dodgy and elusive about taking the training. And he asks me to pass a message on to our unicorn chat about the story that I shared with them of his support in my life. But I don't speak for him, and I'm starting to feel like something is up because he's getting kind of weird. I tell him how much we need him and how we need as many QPs as we can get. So August 22nd, I'm asking him, are you almost done with all of your training so you can come to main chat already? And he says, I'll be in there through what you organized, and you'll just see me in there. 10 days later, September 2nd, I'm asking him again, have you started taking training yet? Are you at least in the training? I want to know, are you making progress? Like, why aren't you excited about this? I would think that if he was sharing our mission with us, he would be super excited to come back. And I share because this is when I disclosed to him that the roaches calculated over 700,000 XLM that you've sent me since last year. And I shared the story with Emily and the other unicorns about his support for me long before QSI, which started in around end of 2020, early 2021. And he says, as I said, you should be proud of it, own it like it was yours, as it's part of the mission. And I'll humbly come to you when anything is needed. And what I understand from this message is that he will come to me maybe after everything when he needs something. I'm not quite sure. It's like not totally clear, but he shares this message. No one is above the other. We take this journey together, all together, one step at a time, blah, blah, blah. Your story will be told. And he says, feel free to share this message with them. And I said, share it yourself after you pass the 3 quizzes. I don't speak for you. I said, I feel like I'm tugging at your arm and everyone's waiting to see this awesome wonder because I did. I mean, this guy for like 2021 to 20, yeah, 2024, he had essentially helped me through like 2 huge crises in my life where I was almost homeless. And he had been supporting my spiritual journey and my, growth and everything all through this process, or at least I thought. When we go through this presentation, you guys are going to see with stellar eyes what I started seeing. Because at this point, September 2nd, I'm still totally wrapped up in thinking like he is this amazing person and I really want him to come QP with us. It's meaning a lot. And I want him to, so I have here, everyone's waiting to see this great wonder that's been behind me all this time, supporting all of us and supporting all of humanity and the cosmos, not just me. And I feel like I'm tugging at your arm because they're waiting to meet you and we need you. He says, trust me, I'll make it happen. Let's get this part of the work and mission done, and then we move forward. And I'm not understanding what he's meaning by, what do you mean, what part of the mission? He says, you do the unicorn training and all of that, and you know the deal. I do the 117 things. And I'm starting to get a little frustrated. I said, you gave me your word. Don't make me go full chihuahua. And actually, this night, September 2nd, I had a little bit of like, kind of this emotional breakdown in the shower. I'm like crying and feeling knots in my stomachs because at this point, I'm really starting to feel like something's off. I don't understand why he's not coming to training. Why isn't he as excited about this? Why is he making all these really strange and weird statements? And I'm starting to feel like we don't actually have the same mission. And at that point, I was feeling like maybe my mission was to QP and his mission is to stay here and not QP. And how am I going to work together with this person who's not on the same wavelength as me, who's not sharing the same mission as me? And I'm feeling this sense of like separation inside that like we're going to have to go in 2 different directions and I'm probably going to have to let him go because this isn't, I can't do this mission with someone who's not also as committed to it as I am. September 4th through the 13th. He's making another interesting statement here. His wallet ends in QKBD, and we'll go through his wallets here in a little bit. He makes a statement, what if I am beta testing for QKD? Look at the end of my wallet. And he's talking about the AMPF ICO, which launched on September 3rd. And I talk about how QKD is one of my favorite topics. And he says, I really appreciate you. Oh, this is September 9th. So this is a few days after. He says, I really appreciate you always supporting this mission of mine with all that you have. So this is where he first indicates, as I'm doing this sort of, review, indicates that he does have a separate mission than I do. And I'm sharing with him that there was, let's see, September. Oh, I got my little screen caps here kind of backwards a little bit. So September 4th, which is actually the day after AMPF launched, I'm talking about how I sense this strange energetic shift that feels very light. And I feel like I'm about to see explosions of rainbows everywhere. Everything just feels, really positive, and it's just really interesting to me. He shares on the 9th that he's waiting to be added for QP training. I let him know it takes 24 to 48 hours. He's rolling his eyes. September 12th, I'm feeling like I've done something wrong. There's a little bit of FUD going on here, and I'm starting to wonder if this is kind of an energetic attack. And we'll come back around to this particular conversation a little later. These screenshots will come up again towards the end of the presentation because I'm going to kind of walk you through after the intro. We're going to do kind of a little timeline jump back to 2020 and then come full circle back to these slides here. So you'll understand a little bit more about why why I'm feeling like there's something weird going on. I'm feeling like I did something wrong. Anyway, so he's asking, I'm letting him know that I've made a mistake on sending off one of the ICOs to Gold. This is when Blockade had their little pop-up that came. And I learned that I had to scroll down to be able to add the memo. But before that happened, I sent off a couple of ICOs with no memo, and I'm letting him know that I made this mistake. I'm trying to figure out what happened. And he says, what happened to the conscious woman that took care of things? Don't you realize how distracted you are lately and the unnecessary mistakes you're making? To be focusing on QSI means to have a general focus on what you're doing. You have to be focused again. You're constantly distracted. You're doing things in between and thinking too fast. I thought we addressed this last time. He is acting really strange. I've got a whole bunch of missed calls in the middle of the morning, like back to back to back to back. And this is behavior that's really quite unlike him. And this is all September 13th, asking if I'm ignoring the calls. He needs to know when the ICOs are ending because he's got things to do. He's got to be on the road. And this is around the time that I let him know, like, hey, you've completed basic or you've completed proofs and you're waiting to get into basic, correct? Yeah. And he's wanting to know if I will send him the wallet infos on Signal. He wants me to send the keys to my wallet and everything, which I had already done before, and we'll come back to that a little bit later too. And I let him know they're already there. And a few hours later, messaged Freaky about getting him moved through into basics and find out from Freaky that WIP's admin Tiffany had sent him 5,500 XLM around April. And he says, so? And this is when he's busted by Freaky. So after reaching out to Freaky about him moving through his training, she responds, I found a thingy on him. And these words, I'm going to say thank you to Freaky because these words right here, I found a thingy on him, will literally be seared into my memory as the words that lifted the fog off of my eyes. So at first I was really shocked because Tiffany was a familiar name. She had come up a few different times in the past. And I'm wondering why she is sending him 5,500 XLM. So I let him know, and his reaction to Freaky is what exposes him. So Freaky's words kind of zap the fog off. There's something real funny going on here. I was already starting to kind of sense it, but I couldn't really figure out why things were feeling strange until this revelation. He starts talking in circles about being attacked and says he isn't complicit in anything, but his ego is showing while he continues to push XLM at me for the group funds. So I'll read through these messages. I said, I messaged Freaky about your training, and she said she found that Tiffany, WIP's admin, sent you 5,500 XLM around April. And he said, so? I've known her private for years. What does that have to do with me? She can send me XLM like I sent her XLM too. He says, send Freaky this message. I'm grown enough to make my own decisions. Moving on, we're having this conversation here, and I'm letting him know, like, WIP is fully hijacked. He's profiting off scams. What do you mean you're sending her XLM too? You guys are sending XLM back and forth. To me, this is like the equivalent of finding out that like your 4-year-long boyfriend has been cheating on you with somebody else. I was completely like confused, devastated, like shocked. I like my heart feels like it's like breaking at this point because I'm like, I thought we were in this mission together. Why are you collaborating with WIP's admin? What is going on? He's saying, whatever she does is her free will. And then he's here in the bottom left, he's here, put 500 on Rusak's, 500 on Bruce. Like, it's just no thing to him. He's just like, they have to make their own choices, just like all the people who are deceived and lied to. Many have their lessons and make their choices. He's talking about how he supports her as a human being that he's known for a long time, blah, blah, blah. And I say, but QSI has a very specific divine mission and a divine purpose, and she's actively rejecting it. And you're sending XLM to her while also sending me for these group funds. So it looks like you're playing both sides, and I don't know what else to make of it. He says, he allows them to make their mistakes and to take accountability for that. And she's just responsible for the infos because they want her news channel. So here, he is already saying he knows how these roaches work. They want her news channel. And he says it's absolutely wrong to attack me just because she knows me and does her own thing. And I said, no one is attacking you. But then he responds that he doesn't feel attacked. We're talking in circles, but you just said it's wrong to attack you. So I'm going on and I'm explaining to him, like, I don't understand if you've known her for so long and she chose to participate in this criminal scam to make money from it. Why are you giving her more XLM? Why are you trading XLM for her? I'm really confused. Can you please explain this to me? He says, I'm not complicit in anything, referring to her criminal activity, and she's learning her lessons. He says, can you prove that she profits from it? I wouldn't make statements that I can't back up. I don't make statements because it's not my business. So can I prove that Tiffany profits? It's very easy to do that. So the next day, we'll get into Tiffany's profits here in a minute. We've got a few more messages to cover here. This is total self-exposure. This one's a bit bigger. I hope you guys can see a little bit more clearly. We've got mung bean narrative, narcissism, words like loyalty, and twisting facts. Not pictured is the phone conversation that we had, which I don't have a recording of, so I'm not going to share that in this particular call, but he also exposed himself quite clearly in that phone call. He says, I remind you that you are bashing the woman who a couple of times didn't hesitate to help and support put food on your table. You seem to forget how loyal she is. We'll come back to the food on the table because she did not put food on mine, but I did put food on hers, and I can prove that. Loyalty, again, we come back to loyalty. Loyalty to a person, not to a mission. That she's in the wrong place, and people are learning it's funny. Exactly the post that you guys did today was to respect people's journey and allow them to grow. So this is where he's twisting Emily's words because this Tiffany person in question here, she's not actually growing. She's growing in the other direction. She's not, growing in truth. He says, be so kind and return the XLM and I'll do as I did before the group funds. He also actually threatened to liquidate my wallets, but he did not. And I have a feeling that either AMPF had something to do with that, or he didn't actually have the keys that he kept asking me for. Maybe he deleted the messages. I don't know. Or maybe he knew that if he liquidated my wallets, he would be caught. So he says, I don't need the fame. I don't need to decide over anyone. And I'll always choose to help everyone who needs help, even if it would cost me any privileges. And remember, that's what kept you alive for many years, he says, which is classic narcissism and mung bean narrative wrapped in one. He says, by the way, $700,000. It was not dollars, it was XLM. Who believed in you and supported you more than I did? As I promised, as this QSI was created, it might be important not only to search for the problems, but also to recognize the real believers. I'm here for humanity and will think of the best solution for everything I did so I can serve divine freely. And the last word he ever said to me was loyalty. This is total entity, R&R. Oh, whoop. So can I prove that Tiffany profits from these mung beans? So aside from the fact that he already admitted to knowing back in April 2024 that Tiffany was WIP's admin and profiting from it, let's see what else we can uncover. So this message here is from April 1st. Freaky had called Tiffany out in chat. This was before Tiffany officially fudded. She used to be a member of QSI sharing, her news stuff there as well. So April 1, Freaky shows all this ledger evidence that Tiffany is profiting from WIP. And I send it and I send it to 117 because several months prior, I think the year prior, I had gifted him some of my first NFTs, the first ones I ever made, and he was storing them in a wallet ending in JUFD that had Tiffany's name on it. So I'm sending him this message and I'm saying, I don't think Freaky's referring to me. There's the Danielle in this message because I don't even know who these people are. I said, but my NFTs that I sent to your NFT wallet has a Federation address with Tiffany's name on it. And I want to make sure there's nothing moving between you two that would implicate you or me in any of this fraudulent bullcrap that's going on. So if that Tiffany future wallet is yours, would you mind changing the Federation address? And he says, yes, she's been asked to be admin there under the premise to bring all the great news that she has in her channel, which is originally what she wanted to do and share the infos. And then she told me that she was asked to receive the XLM and then distribute it to the other admins. She has been learning from me. I've created that wallet that she was supposed to learn and experiment with. I put your NFTs there back in the day, and I am in control of that wallet. is I requested to do all of those things separate from that wallet. Officially, she gets paid to do the research, blah, blah, blah. So this wallet here, ending in JUFD, we're gonna peek into a little bit later, but I want you to just sort of remember this message here that she has been learning from me. He created this wallet and he is in control of this wallet. So after all of this stuff, I do find out all this is going on. The first few days, I'm very emotional. Thankfully, Emily and Freaky are very compassionate and were very supportive and helped me to sort of get my head back on straight. And I decided I need to dig on his wallets. I need to see what kind of connections I can find. And I've got almost 4 years of messages to parse through with stellar eyes to figure out how this happened. How is it that this person that I have known had an online and energetic romantic relationship with, that I was convinced I was going to marry? I was convinced that we were going to have a family together. It was so, how did this happen? So we'll start here with ledger data. Here at the top, this is 117 or JFK free. We're just going to call him J. QKBD is his primary wallet. JUFD is his secondary wallet, which I've labeled here also as a bridge wallet with Tiffany, because this is also, she was also using this wallet. It holds my very old NFTs. And it was used to send money back and forth between this JT5H down here. But in between JT5H and JUFD, we have this wallet that created 6TCL. So 6TCL was created November 7th, 2023, and it was used as the bridge wallet between Jay's secondary wallet and Tiffany's wallet. And this bridge wallet, 6TCL, was used to fund and start JTFH. Excuse me. So here you can see dates August through September. I've not included the entire wallet history because this would take so many slides, but these are just a few screenshots where we can see that QKBD is funding JUFD all through the end of 2023 here in these examples. JUFD, which is the secondary wallet, Jay's secondary wallet, was used for both WIP and QSI assets. So this is a ledger excerpt from August and September of 2024 showing that, here, let me go back for just a second. So JT5H is Tiffany's primary wallet. So we follow this trail. QKBD is Jay's primary wallet. He created a secondary wallet, JUFD, which created 6TCL to bridge into JT5H, which is Tiffany's primary wallet. So these two wallets belong to Jay. 6TCL is the bridge that funded Tiffany's primary wallet here. 6TCL is no longer in use, is gone dormant. It has some XLM sitting in it, but there's nothing happening in that wallet. JT5H is the current wallet that Tiffany uses, and it's her primary wallet. So payments here in these two excerpts, we can see WIP's wallet, T3DN, sending to Tiffany. So these are payments on this side. He's sending direct payments to Tiffany, 10,000, 11,000, 11,000. She's his admin, right? So she's getting paid by him, obviously. And then she is taking almost in total tandem. If you look at these dates starting, see up here, in August 3rd and August 4th. So August 3rd, WIP sends Tiffany 10,500 XLM. She sends 4,000 of it to Jay's primary wallet, QKBD, with a heart emoji. And you'll see here in the next slide or so, this is the memo that she uses for pretty much all of the payments that she sends to him, is these little heart emojis. So Tiffany's sending another 4,000 to him August 10th. And then over here, August 10th, 10,000 from WIP, 4,000 to Jay. so on and so forth. So these payments to Jay from Tiffany are happening in tandem with the payments that she's getting from WIP. So 117, or Jay, is getting regular cuts of Tiffany's payments from WIP, but he's not part of WIP's group. So this is where I'm starting to see that they've got there's some kind of personal thing going on here between the two of them. So I dig back a little bit further and I do a whole export of the wallet activity from February 2024 to September 13th. September 13th was when he was busted by Freaky. This is when both of their wallets went dormant for a while. His is still dormant now, but hers is quite active again. So February through September, this is WIP. His payments to Tiffany. These are all of the dates: February 24th, March 1st, 8th, 15th, and 9th, May 24th, so on and so forth, all through September. The total of 181,755 XLM that he's sending to her as her payments. These are going to JT5H. His other wallet, WIP's other wallet, HUJT, was also paying Tiffany. So she was being paid through both of his wallets. And if you look back, his T3DN payments are from February through September. HUJT is paying her in between. So starts March, payments in April, May, June, July. These are basically any payments that she wasn't getting from this wallet can be accounted for with the HUJT wallet. And this XLM total, 122,653 from March to July. Then we come over to February through September from Tiffany to 117. So she's sending him all of this XLM with all these little heart emojis. And these are payments all made in tandem with all the payments that she's getting from WIP. So for like the whole year almost of 2024, the total XLM that she sent to 117 was 112,222, or almost 30% of the total WIP disbursements that she was getting from WIP. But again, 117 is not a member of WIP's group. So why is he getting 30% of everything that she's earning from WIP? Now, this is an excerpt just from August and September. Otherwise, again, it would just be a whole bunch of slides. These are 117's payments to my old wallet ending in 3SHL. This is the wallet right now. I have a new wallet since finding out about all of this because he did have the keys. So I started a new wallet to fund for myself. But 3SHL, this is my one of two wallets that I have. My first wallet was completely full. So, and we'll go back and have a look at that one too. But this one, the 3SHL, is the most recent wallet that I had. So I looked at the transactions, the XLM that he was sending to 3SHL, and all of this XLM was primarily sourced from Tiffany's payments to him. He did on-ramp occasionally his own, but most of the XLM that came into my wallet was all of the XLM that Tiffany was sending. All of the XLM that she was sending to him, that she was getting from WIP, was going straight into my wallet through our QSI group funds. And so this pattern makes it look like I am receiving almost 30% of WIP's disbursements to Tiffany. It makes it look like I am profiting off whatever WIP is doing, or that I am somehow secretly working with WIP and Tiffany. And all of this can be used for framing and blackmail. And so I wanted to find out how long this pattern had been going on. So this is when I went and started digging back into my first wallet, which is the wallet ending in ZPBF. So I'm just sort of floating around in my wallet and I'm just looking. It's kind of like throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. I'm just looking for something that gets my attention. And I feel pinged to a particular transaction from January 26, 2024. And I follow this transaction backwards. So in this transaction, QKBD sent me a total of 3,000 XLM in two different transactions. One for one group fund, so 2,000 for one group fund, 1,000 for another group fund. So I follow this transaction backwards, and he received 8,000 XLM from Tiffany with the little orange heart emoji. And I follow that backwards. So I go and I look at JT5H and I want to see where did she get her XLM on that day, 126. Well, she got her XLM from this wallet ending in SAXW, 43,000 XLM disbursement. So I'm wondering, who is this SAXW? That looks like it's probably associated with WHIP. So I go and I'm having a look at this SAXW and I find the transaction he sent here to her, right? She has also been sending to this EUBB. This is Siobhan. This is one of WHIP's admins. T-Buy is another one of WHIP's admins. L4OW is another one of WHIP's admins. So you can see she's dispersing the XLM from SAXW to WHIP's admins, along with dispersing it to 117. So, but this goes all the way back to January. So if you remember the slides that we just saw, WHIP's payments to Tiffany, to JT5H, started in February. So this payment goes back even further into January. So who is SAXW? He sent, this is where I put in the filters. I want to see all the transactions between JT5H and SAXW. So I go to her wallet and I set the filter settings to show me all the transactions between the two of them. SAXW is sending her disbursements February, January. These are all the disbursements that they made to JT5H. And the first payment, coincidentally, is on January 17th. So then I want to know, who is SAXW and where did they get the XLM? So I go digging around and I want to match the timelines. Remember, I'm looking for the transaction that originated into my wallet on January 26th. So I'm following rough timelines here. I'm going back into SAXW's wallet and I see the transaction where he sent on January 26th to Tiffany. So then I look down a little bit further to see where did they get the XLM. Well, here, January 26th, SAXW gets 7,300 from a wallet ending in 6DJM with a memo, Australia Mines. So I go into 6DJM. I notice some strange patterns. Their wallet continuously updates their sell offers of their assets. And it looks to me with this pattern, I have a video here. This is just a screenshot of the message. I didn't actually include the video in this. It would be too blurry. But I did a screen recording because I was wanting to ask Emily, is this market manipulation? How is this possible? This wallet keeps updating sell offers and it looks like they're artificially changing the prices of their assets. And she says, basically, you're seeing right now how they use KelpBot. So this 6DJM is using KelpBot to update their assets. Now, I'm going to go back here for just a second. If you guys recall, CTGX D-Class, and I think it was Bigley or Bomb, where Emily had shown that Australia Mines, one of WHIP Scam Devs, is Miriam team. Okay, KelpBot here is a Miriam KT1 playbook. This is their tool that they use. So she mentions KelpBot briefly in the DARPA call too. She's talking about it's the trade bot that Miriam and them used to manipulate the assets. So I'm like, holy cow. Okay, so not only is Tiffany being paid by WHIP's wallets, she's also being paid by WHIP's scam devs, the ones particularly associated with Australia Mines in Miriam's team. So we have now connections between 117, Tiffany, WHIP, and now Miriam on the ledgers. Okay, so I'm like, okay, I'm really excited because this is starting to tie some loose ends together for me. But for me personally, I'm not totally satisfied with this. There has to be more. So I go back and I dig some more. So we've got the memo, Australia Mines, right? So I click on 60JM and check the transactions for the same time frame. I want to know, where is 60JM getting their XLM from? So I'm looking through their activity here, and I feel pinged to this particular asset, Alcoa, for some reason. I don't know why, but I click on it. Excuse me. VFUY is the wallet that sent Alcoa to 6DJM. So there, this little transaction right here, for some reason, catches my attention. So I click on VFUY, and it belongs to Australia Mines. So this definitely, now we have the domain is associated with Miriam team. So JT5H was being paid essentially by Miriam team before she was being paid by WIP. And if we follow that trail forward, Tiffany's, what I thought was the first transaction linked to my wallet. I have not updated this slide because I actually found something after I thought this presentation was complete that we'll get to in a second. But this transaction that's linked to my wallet, the payment pathway is VFUY, or Australia Mines, which is Miriam team, to a distribution wallet, to another distribution wallet, to Tiffany, who then sends to 117, who then sends to me in January of 2024. So this payment pathway looks like I am ultimately being funded by Miriam team. But like I said, after this, I had this whole presentation together, and I think it was yesterday or the day before, I was picking up my son, and I just had, like, out of the blue, this weird feeling. I wanted to go back and I wanted to check the JUFD wallet, which is 117's secondary wallet. I just felt like I was going to find something there. So I'm like, okay, as soon as I get home, I need to go check this wallet again. So I get home and I go digging in JUFD a little bit more. So as a refresher, is my mouse? Okay. As a refresher, see, JUFD is 117's wallet, and it's used as a bridge to send funds from JT5H, which is Tiffany's current primary wallet, to 117, until JT5H started sending directly to QKBD. So here at the top, you see she's sending 15,000 XLM. JT5H is sending 15,000 XLM to JUFD, and the memo is J. That's 117. She sends another 5,000 a few days later, 810. She's sending it to him for Paxos. Another 500 with a little heart emoji. And then JUFD at the bottom here, these two transactions at the very bottom, after he's getting the 15,000 and 5,000 from Tiffany, then he's transferring it to his primary wallet, QKBD. So again, this just illustrates the bridge, that JUFD is the bridge wallet that they were using to transact together, until they stopped using it and they were just transacting directly to each other. So for some reason, my intuition keeps nagging at me to check JUFD again and see if there's any connections, any other connections besides just to JT5H. So I feel pinged to check how was JUFD funding the bridge wallet that funded Tiffany's primary wallet, 6TCL. So I cross-check the dates of the XLM movement on JUFD to see what I can find. So note the creation date, JUFD, which is Jay's secondary wallet, creates 6TCL, which is the bridge wallet to Tiffany, on November 7th of 2023. And he starts funding it from there. Yeah. So I find this really interesting transaction memo in JUFD from November 5th, a few days before 6TCL is created. And there's this YVB5 wallet sending a little over 6,000 XLM with this really sparkly memo. And it's the sparkly memo that caught my attention. I actually missed the first transaction that this one sent. So sparkly memo was kind of helpful in this one. So I set the filter destination again. I wanted to see the transactions between YVB5 and JUFD. And we see there's a test transaction of 20 XLM. And then we see, hi, Money Week. And that's a familiar memo because in a lot of the transactions that I'm seeing where Tiffany's primary wallet is funding all of these WIP admins. In the earlier days, there was a lot of this money week or dollar signs being used in the memo. So I'm like, okay, this YVB5 kind of has that same pattern. I bet YVB5 has something to do with WIP. So I go digging on that wallet. And YVB5 is definitely paying Siobhan, which is one of WIP's admins, along with a bunch of others not pictured in this little screenshot, and the JUFD wallet. An XLM for these distributed payments came from a wallet ending in RSKS. So I'm pretty sure this is another WIP scam dev, but let's click it and see who's hiding behind RSKS. Cloud Dog, Annette, and Jeanette. This is more Miriam team. So in this picture, we see that RSKS, you have this, what I've highlighted here in the middle, sending the XLM disbursement to YVB5, but they got a portion of that XLM disbursement on October 27th from a wallet ending in MURT with a memo, Clodog, Jeanette, Annette. These are Miriam's devs, okay, inside WIP's camp. October 29th, 2023 aligns with our MedBed timeline, okay? So now JUFD is 117's wallet, uses a bridge between Tiffany and 117 until Tiffany is funding 117 directly with almost 30% of the payouts that she's getting from WIP and Miriam team, which then funded my wallets. So my wallets are directly connected to these scammers and roaches. And just a reminder, regarding JUFD, we come back to this message. She has been learning from me. I am in control of that wallet, and I requested to do all of those things separate from that wallet. So why did JUFD create 6TCL that then created JT5H? So that JT5H could do her business, 117 could do his business. They're still funding each other. JT5H is sending all of whatever disbursement she's sending to him, and he's sending it to my wallet. Another roach strategy is to hide behind these multiple wallets. So now I see this ledger evidence. He's definitely connected to not just Tiffany, not just WIP, but also Miriam, okay? Now we're going to play connect the dots with the energetic data. This is where I had to go back and research all of the years of our messages with stellar eyes and see if I could figure out how this was all possible. How did I not see any of this happening? And this is where we have story time. So we're going to start here in 2020. Everything that I have here in this red box, I have classified as portal openers. This is everything that we have learned in our spiritual D class, okay? In 2020, this is in the height of COVID, I received a Reiki treatment from a local practitioner. I actually received 2 Reiki treatments from her. And during both of those treatments, I saw Jesus. And I had sought these treatments in conjunction with using cannabis to self-treat in place of pharmaceuticals. I was trying to self-heal. I had a lot of unhealed traumas resurfacing, which I shared all of them with 117. He knew every trauma, every fear, everything. I was feeling lonely and afraid because I lost my friends, my car, my job. I was nearly lost my apartment. I was going to be homeless. I had started shamanic journeying shortly after I received that those Reiki treatments, and I was doing the shamanic journeying regularly. So I was doing this in the morning when I first woke up. I was doing it at night before I went to bed. I was doing a lot of journeying, which is where I was accessing what I was referring to as the journey space. So these are all portal openers. Unhealed traumas, feeling lonely and afraid, huge amounts of loss, grief, using cannabis. We've already declassed cannabis as a satanic. Journeying, Reiki treatment, all of that. All of that is just one hot mess, and it made me a super, super prime target. Between Christmas 2020 and New Year's 2021, this is when Jay, or 117, enters my life with the help of Santa surfing. If you guys remember Santa surfing, in 2020, around the end of 2020, I had made a post where I was asking for, I had shared a post about a prayer that my son had made where he was basically praying that everything would go back to normal. All this mess with COVID and everything that I had lost, that we would get it all back and everything would go back to normal. And after I shared that prayer, this is when 117 DM'd me and asked me a little bit more information about it. And I shared the story with him about everything that we had lost, everything we were going through. And he organized with Santa Surfing to perform basically a miracle of mass donations that came into my PayPal from all kinds of people that donated that helped me to pay my rent up for like 6 months and kept me from homelessness. And so at that particular moment, I genuinely felt like he and Santa saved my life. And I was so grateful that I wanted to basically do anything that I could to say thank you and to give back. And a few months later, he and I began growing an online astral energetic romance. And then in September and October of 2021, um, he essentially saved me from homelessness again, and it moved my son and I to Florida with the help of other friends from this Santa Surfing crew. Now, to my knowledge, he is no longer associated with this Santa Surfing crew. Um, and maybe those connections will come back in another D class, if we can kind of figure out what's going on with that particular crew. But for right now, we're just going to go through this connection that he and I started building after this first, what I call the first miracle. When I had told the story before, I was always talking about how he basically performed these two miracles in my life and saved my life. The way I was looking at it was very distorted, but you'll sort of hopefully get an understanding for how that all worked out. So here on this slide, I'm starting in April of 2021. This is an excerpt of our conversations. Again, I'm not going to read the next several slides are going to be loads of screenshots of our conversations, and I'm not going to read every single message, just the highlighted bits. So this is, if you want to read them, you're welcome to after the slides are posted. But this is a discussion on trust, our first lucid dream astral connection. He's saying things like, I feel you, I feel your energy. I am explaining to him how in one of these astral dream journeys or lucid dreams, he put something in my heart. And then suddenly I feel like I know him and I've known him for a long time and I don't understand what's going on, but I want to understand. So reading through here, starting from left to right, he says, I'm not a stranger. We are earthlings who love each other. Love is neutral, and this is what we do. It's a privilege that you allow me to be part of your life. Thank you for that. He says, I feel you. I feel your energy. I am light energy through the universe. Remember exactly that feeling and that energy that got us together, because I'm telling him, thank you. Thank you for everything. He had helped me kind of move through this little moody speed bump I was having. And I'm explaining to him that I'm really curious about who he is. I want to know more about him. And I said, it's not that all of this, let's see, what am I saying here? I have to catch myself up. Okay, so I'm wanting to know who he is. I want to know where this energy, where these feelings are coming from. I said, I wonder a lot of things about this stranger who helped create a miracle in my life and has been a neutral and supportive, albeit totally anonymous, friend throughout this latter part of my journey. And I suspect I may have quite a few more questions that for now may go unanswered, but in time might be revealed. He says, but you see, in all of your questions, you're always based on things that we're used to, which is the mistrust, to not love and trust one another. There's only strangers in the description that we've learned as we've grown up. And I said, but the questions about the dream space are because you were there, but we didn't have bodies. Now, the thing about me is I tend to remember my dreams throughout my life pretty regularly, and they can be lucid at times. And so I had had these encounters, and in this one that I'm asking him about, we didn't have bodies. And I said, it was definitely you. You said you were you, and you put something in my heart that looked like a glowing seed, but we didn't have bodies. There was form in a sense, um, but I could feel it in my physical heart when I woke up in my actual body. I said, while I've never distrusted you, I've also not been able to get a feel for you until you put that thing in my heart. And then I was like, oh my God, do I know you? It felt like I knew you, but there were no bodies, so no face. Your voice was in my head, but there were no words coming out. So it was the strangest thing. But I could swear that I know you from somewhere. I said, I don't understand it, but I want to understand it. He says, it's great to remember your dreams. It's also a time space where consciousness communicates with you. And the only real way to know people, everything else is the illusion that most are diverted to. To know and acknowledge that energy. He says, to know and acknowledge that energy is the way to perceive. It's the best way to freely enjoy people. It's the same as how I knew I had to talk to you and I knew I had to share with you. He tells me the moment you want to understand things, you fall into a pattern that you've decided on because your thinking process to understand, it's a lot of word salad. Feel it and enjoy it. And then my next message is where I'm wondering, as I'm going back and I'm reviewing these messages, I'm wondering if I was actually detecting a remote viewer. I said, you know what it feels like when someone's watching you? Or like in a silent room, you feel someone walk in before you hear or see them. You feel the presence enter the room. I said, that's what it's like, and it's you. And I asked who it was, and you said who you were. Again, this is April 2021. This is sort of going in the same, oh no, my formatting got a little messy here. I'm describing the astral dream state encounters and feeling his energy in my body. I'm wondering if it's normal. I keep feeling like I've known him for a really long time. He says his energy is a grid around me and that we have a soul contract and that I have allowed him into my heart and soul. And I, here at the end, describe how I have more energy in my body after our astral encounters. So in the dream space, we were meeting up regularly. I was having these lucid dreams where we were together. And I'm saying he says, my whole energy should always have a grid of love and light around you. We're in this together. I'm talking about the things that we're doing in the dream space, which are pretty normal for any couple, I suppose. And I'm sorry, I can't read my screenshots here in the middle, but I'm basically talking about and describing all of this that's happening. And he's saying, I feel you and I love your energy. We felt to take care of our soul contract, and I'm privileged that you've allowed me into your heart and your soul. I said, I wonder if we have a soul contract, no one comes into our lives by accident. But yes, I do have more energy in my own body since then. So there's something happening in the dream space here in April 2021 where there is serious energy exchange going on. And he's communicating that he's got his energy around me, not just in the dream space, but also when I'm awake. He's constantly, for years, telling me his energy is always around me. We have this soul contract, it's divine. And my physical body is experiencing that energetic transference as I have increased energy in my body. April 2021, still. He says that what I'm feeling is everything that he wants to share with me. He says, you know everything about me. Because again, I'm asking him, I don't know who you are. Can you tell me more about yourself? How old are you? How tall are you? Where do you live? Do you have kids? Like, I don't know anything about this guy, and I want to know. We're having all this crazy stuff happening in the dream space, and I'm really wondering who he is. He says, but by the way, you know everything about me. You feel the energy that I want to share with you, and everything else is just a 3D manifestation. I'm there, and I'm feeling your energy. I'm asking him about the dream space again, because my lucid dreaming, I'm experiencing a lot more. Now we're having a lot more dreams where he's in them, he's there with me. And he's talking about how seeing me laugh and smile because I'm having more energy in my body, I'm feeling more positive. It seems like whatever's happening is healing me. And I'm not really sure what's going on, but he says there's energy flowing your way even stronger than before. Talking about how his energy is always around me and he wants me to keep giving myself those energies. But when I look back, I see now he's asking me to keep receiving his energies, whatever it is he's sending me. I'm talking about telepathic communication. I can hear his voice in my head. I said I can call on you when I need your support, just like I would call the angels, and you're there. I feel you there. I feel when you arrive. I can, so for example, this particular conversation, I remember I had been meditating and I asked to connect with him. I was basically talking to him in my head and I could feel the presence arrive like in the room, the same way as I had just described in the last slide, where it feels like you're being watched or it feels like someone is physically there. So I'm interpreting this as he is some sort of divine being. His voice is in my head. We're having telepathic conversations. I'm feeling like my body is being healed. All of this crazy lucid dream stuff is happening. It's all lots of astral, energetic, all over the place. He says, you can't imagine how connected we are. Um, and um, oh, he wants me to take pictures of myself. He wants me to take pictures of myself dancing with my son. Whenever I feel like in my house, he wants to see pictures of us in my house. And he wants me to share those pictures with him. And he wants me to feel his energy grid around me. So when I go back to thinking about, is this guy like a remote viewer? I wasn't thinking it in 2021. In 2021, I was just like, oh my God, what's happening? This is crazy, amazing. This is fantastic. I'm thinking I'm ascending and all this crazy stuff. But now I'm wondering, as I look back, me sending him all these pictures, is this easier for him then to access my space, to access my body? I've sent him so many pictures over the years because I thought we were having a relationship. Did he ever send pictures of himself? No, no, never a video call either. May 2021. So just to recap, this is all happening in April. The following month in May, I'm explaining what I'm experiencing in the journey space. And in the journey space, I'm looking up what it means because whenever I would go into a journey, my body would start swaying. And I wanted to know, what does it mean when my body starts swaying as I'm meditating and going into the journey space? And what I learned at that time, apparently, is that this swaying is the Kundalini rising in the body. I don't know if that's actually true or not, or if what I found was some false crap. This is not a D class on Kundalini. I'm sure that will come later. But at that particular point, this is what I understood it to be. And I recognized that I could pull this energy up my spine through my chakras to activate, cleanse, and rejuvenate my etheric body. And what I learned here through this experience was I started feeling like this energy was alive. It was aware of me, and it felt like a union of two consciousnesses. This felt like another consciousness inside my body. Guys, when I read this message, this was the message where I messaged Emily and I said, holy crap. What I have goosebumps right now talking about it. I said, whatever happened over these last few years, I have to the family has to know about this. We have to go through this because this is overshadowing this consciousness inside my body. And I'm telling him right here is a partnership. As I'm moving this energy, I can feel it moving through my body. I can feel the goosebumps. I can feel the warmth. I can feel it as an awareness, and it's happening all the time. There is another consciousness in my body as I am journeying. This is May 2021. August of 2021. This is a journey with a fake Jesus, a fake Archangel Michael, a fake Emily, and a fake Mary Magdalene, who I referred to at the time as my primary team. I'm a little frustrated right now that my screenshots here have somehow shrunk themselves, and I'm hoping that they do not appear this way on on the PDF file that I share with you guys, but I'm going to try to read them the best that I can because these were extremely important. So I can't read these here that are super small, but I remember what they've said and I'll clean them up and share them so you guys can see them because these are probably the most important slides in this part of the presentation. So August 2021, I'm recounting to him a journey that I've had where I have met with who I refer to as Yeshua, Master Yeshua, Saint Germain, Mary Magdalene, and Archangel Michael. And apparently these were my primary guides in the journey space. And I am basically recounting, see, I know, see, in one of these messages, I'm talking about how I have been wanting to meet Saint Germain because of the New Age. Guys, this is all stuff that I debunked in the first unicorn report. And when I go back and I read this, I'm like, how did I not like I'm like feeling like as if I had forgotten that all of this stuff in 2021 like even happened, right? But I'm like at the same time I remember that it happened because that's part of the fuel for why I wanted to go to D class with the first unicorn report and to investigate this new age movement. So I'm feeling like it's so amazing to go back and look at this and to be like, holy cow, look at how far we have come. But in this particular message, I am describing this overshadowing process where this is how I know that these particular entities, the Jesus, the Archangel Michael, first of all, that's Whitehead Home, and it's the same person, so there's not two different ones. Saint Germain is Emily. I'm pretty sure Emily would not appear to me in the journey's face disguised as a man in a beard. And then Mary Magdalene, we don't know who she is yet either. So, but so first off, that's how one way that I know that they're fake. The second way that I know that they're fake and definitely demonic entities is because I'm describing basically a process where this Saint Germain character is showing me this second set of chakras. There's like a second chakra set that is connected to my chakra set at the will center. And this other chakra set has its own willpower. And there's basically this background download happening at all times that is changing my brain, that is changing my thought patterns, that is changing the way that I'm feeling in my body. And this other chakra system is my higher self. Let me see if I can read. So this energy from this other chakra system is moving down into my solar plexus, where the light was supposed to support the aligning of my will with the will of my higher self. So this higher self, basically like the way that you can imagine it is if you have like an outlet that you're plugging into a receptacle, and this outlet belongs to the higher self, and their willpower is plugging into my willpower. Okay, this is no bueno, guys. I'm hoping this is like perfectly obvious. This is crystal clear. This is overshadowed. This is demonic. Okay, and when I spin my third eye in the journey space, my sight clears up. I'm describing what the room looks like. Da, 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 da. So as this tune-up is completed, I feel myself relaxing a little bit more, and I feel a sense of being safer in this body, or that my higher self is the one feeling more comfortable. The body just feels a little more comfortable. It's like when a pair of new shoes first begins to feel more accommodating, and this felt more like real life than a journey. The communication was clear, it was telepathic, it was distinct, and I've also had many extra downloads outside of that going on. I say these bodies are literally divine technology with incredible capabilities and supreme design. Guys, this is my entity talking. This, whatever this was that was possessing me as my higher self, that's that talking. And this is what I found. And I was like, I told Emily, I said, I got to investigate more and we got to tell everyone about this. So here's my question. Because in November, see, these were happening in August of 2021, right? So here, I'm skipping forward to November 2022, but for the whole of the rest of 2021, 2022, and into 2023, I'm consistently journeying regularly and experiencing this higher self as a separate entity that is connecting with me through my chakra system. Okay. We're having a conversation in November of 2022 where I am expressing to him, I'm talking about this light language. Okay. Now, this is probably something that we've also heard about in the New Age community is they're talking about light language, right? They're basically speaking in tongues, talking gibberish. And this light language can also come as like symbols. Okay. And here I'm expressing to him these downloads that I'm getting from my higher self about light language, activating DNA and communicating with the soul, okay? Or transmitting messages from one higher self to another through telepathy, okay? And he's telling me, look to be around your higher self. I will be there. And I'm saying, all of this, it feels so angelic. And he says, you are. Okay, so here, there's also this little bit of this entity communicating with the soul that I am. So they're two separate entities. We are the soul. We're not the higher self. Whatever the higher self is not the soul. That's not us. And he wants me to keep being around my higher self. Backtracking a little bit to July of 2022. In these messages, this is where I realized that Colleen, you guys remember Colleen? She was targeted by him as well. And if you remember, she also started her own channel, which was then infiltrated. And she was infiltrated by an anonymous fake white hat through romance as well, and then fudded. So in these messages, this is just a conversation that we have. Excuse me. I share a little picture that our wonderful Sasquatch Bigfoot made of myself, Colleen, Emily, and Donna, and 2 out of these 4 have since fudded. He said, ask Connie if she's well. I can't reach her, and I can't send her no love at all. Did she boot me? And I said, who's Connie? And he points up to that picture, and I said, oh, you're talking about Colleen. Okay. I said, do you remember a few months ago when I told you about a dream that I had where you invited me to a Telegram group and all the people that knew me and were excited to see me, and they were saying 25, 25. I'll get to that 25 in just a second. I said, and I told you there was a girl in that group wearing white with reddish hair and her name was Colleen. And he says, yeah, I remember. And I said, that's just so funny because you're in this group. At the time, July 2022, this is when I discovered that 117 is also in QSI. And I only knew that because he had made a comment or a post to someone and I saw him and I was like, oh my gosh, at this point, I did not really acknowledge him in the chat because I didn't know if I was supposed to, like, if anyone could know that we knew each other. It was so weird. So I didn't say anything to him in the chat, but I'm messaging him in the background and I'm like, you're also in this group. Like, it's just so funny because you're the one that invited me to the group in the dreams. And in the dreams, I met Colleen before I came to QSI. And I said, it's just funny because you're also in this group. And he said, well, it's also because I made sure you got into QSI. But see, I found QSI on my own. He says, I'm everywhere. Remember that? And he says, wonder how you got there, how I got into QSI. He said, remember what I told you when we first exchanged? I said, things can be magic. So I asked him if he and Colleen have a thing, and he says, no, he's just sharing the support and love consciousness. And I asked, does she know you as 117 or Jay, or you can't message her, or what's going on? And he said, no, she knows this name here, and it's been about 10 days that I can't. I write to her, but she's not receiving it. She's not answering. Basically, she's ignoring him, which good on you, girl. I mean, I wish you would have stuck with it because that's a hot mess. So, he says, I never really had the time to ask her anything personal, but maybe you can enlighten me since I'm going wild on all these girls out here. I think referring to, I don't know, whatever picture. Basically, what I take from that is, what can you tell me about Colleen? So I tell him that I shared that dream about Colleen. I shared it with her and she's totally amazed. And I was like, this is so wild because I didn't join QSI until like 2 to 3 months after this dream, right? Even though I had been following WHIP since 2020. I said I told her about the stargates here in Florida because at the time I had come back from Florida. I wasn't there anymore. But I said I told her about the stargates down here, and it turns out we were in the same part of Florida at the same time, and she also was connecting energetically to that space. And he says, "Did I arrange a meeting? Who knows?" He's trying to sort of hint that he has some sort of pull or sway over whether Colleen and I are interacting or meeting in the same space, that there's some sort of this weird kind of connection. Nothing ever is said about Colleen. This is like the only conversation that we're having about Colleen. But when I'm going back and I'm reading through our 4 years of data, I'm like, she was infiltrated by a fake white hat pretending to be like in a romantic relationship through her channel. Okay. And there's this astral stuff going on that there's something going on energetically as well. Okay. And it's specifically in this community. So this is just a little screen cap compilation of a few different examples of how many times he was always telling me from the beginning that his energy was all around me or in me. He's also telling me that I should tap into or log into his energy that was always around me. And 25, I have to kind of backtrack a little bit. In the beginning of when we were first meeting, we were having this conversation over the phone, and he, was talking about basically like, what if a man wants to have 25 wives or something? And I had made a comment that maybe one day I'll be one of your 25 wives, thinking like at that point, I was obviously still operating in a lot of programming, but this 25 became this subliminal name referring to my higher self, which was the demonic entity or second consciousness. So when he calls me by 25, he's referring to this higher self or this version of me that is compliant to him, um, which is like a handler kind of relationship. Okay. So you'll see this 25 used a lot through our messages. And that's just the subliminal name for the higher self. But it goes back to this other conversation about 25 wives. So September of 2022, and my screenshots are all squished again. But this is when he is banned by Emily from QSI. And in these messages, I was sounding a lot like a fellow mung bean because at this point, I am new. I don't really know what's going on. I came here after Rocky and Miriam, so I didn't know who they were or the significance of what happened or their infiltration or any of this. And I'm not really paying a whole lot of attention because I'm in multiple different groups. And so QSI was like sort of this I was here, but it's like I was also sort of halfway hijacked and not really aware of the significance of this whole banning, right? So at this point, he's being banned because he's following this other mung bean channel. I don't remember the name of it. It's on here, but it's all squished and I can't see it very well. Um, so basically, I'm sending him the screenshots of the message that I had with Emily, where Emily is telling me like he's been banned because he's following, I think it's G Money or something. And so I'm telling him like you're being banned because you're following some numpty channel, and you won't be allowed back until you apologize. And at the time, I'm telling him like, oh my God, basically like this sounds like tyrants. They're like, respect my authority. I am total mung bean at this point. Not total mung bean, but like really following that kind of narrative because I'm like, who is she to like just say that you have to apologize? Like that's so weird to me at the time, right? But I'm telling you guys, like if this version of me walked into QSI right now, I would whip out my band hammer so fast because what I'm basically like going through these messages, um, I'm asking him, like, I'm telling him, like, don't, like, you're not seriously gonna apologize. Like, that's basically like they're trying to make you like bend the knee, right? Just like, um, I wish I could read my messages. See. And he's basically talking about how I know in one of these he's saying that he knows Emily from before when she had problems with a certain someone specific. And he never specifies who, but I'm wondering if that someone specific is Katie or Rocky or Miriam or whoever else. He says that he knows when she had, these problems with that other someone, but then he's also saying that he doesn't know who they are. So there's a little bit of this like confusion, and not really making sense with his messages. So these ones are more clear. These I actually found. These are the screenshots that I had sent to him, of the conversation with Emily. And so at this point, this is Emily is trying to warn me that he is no bueno, but I'm not picking up on the memo because I'm half hijacked and not really understanding the significance of all this. So she sends me basically all these screenshots of his conversation with her. And he's telling her how he's got like 10,000s of people that are talking to him and they want to know why he's not in QSI anymore, why they can't find him, and all this stuff. And I can't really read the rest of his messages. I'm sure Emily's probably got copies because she saves everything. But she's telling me, I don't appreciate his messages at all. And I'm done with this convo. He's going to be blocked if he continues in the same fashion. I don't have time for nonsense. And I'm saying, oh, okay, well, his messages seem kind and positive to me, and I don't feel anything negative or sharp. I'm not sure which part of the nonsense is, to be honest, or why it was all sent to me. And she says, because he keeps insisting on going through you. Okay, guys, so here's the other little pattern is that if you recall, kind of back in the earlier slides, and we'll come around again to it at the end, he's wanting me to send messages to our unicorn group. There's another slide we'll come to at some point where he says, you represent me. You are a representation of me. So he was speaking through me, trying to go through me to get to QSI at this point, and I didn't see it. I said, I thought I removed myself from the situation. She says, it's not about niceties or positivity, but respecting our boundaries and protocols since he broke the rules. Apparently the rule was you don't follow numpty channels, which is still the rule 2 years later. Okay. Which is actually kind of funny that 2 years ago in September, she's telling me all of this. And it took 2 years for me to come out of whatever this half hijacked mess I was in to have that fog lifted. Okay. So, I mean, this is absolutely just thank you, Emily, for being so amazing, and patient because she tried to warn me 2 years ago and I didn't see it then. But I'm also wondering, I'm sending her screenshots to him and I'm saying, at this time, I don't know how I feel about this. I said, I've seen her make exceptions for just about every rule when it was someone that she liked. This is a Mungby narrative. It doesn't have anything to do with who Emily likes. Now we realize it's about who has proven themselves trustworthy, proven themselves to have integrity. It's based on proofs. It's based on patterns. It has nothing to do with nepotism or personal preference. Okay. And I'm also picking up on the pattern at this time. So why is it that when you and I come together and put our energy into something, something is shown to be not as it appears. Things turn out to be scammy. When he moved us to Florida, the apartment that we were supposed to rent turned out to be a scam. And they took all of our money. And this is why we ended up staying in a hotel for a few months instead of an apartment. The person that was helping him to fund that hotel then later turned around and was calling him a scammer because he didn't finish paying what he owed the guy for the hotel. And so and then we have Emily, after all of this saying, hey, he's not following our protocols. I'm not putting up with this nonsense. And I'm like, why is everything with you turning out to be scammy? I don't know. Maybe he's a scammer. So September 2022, what do I do with this? Following all of this news of him being banned from QSI, I start giving him my assets. Guys, I was so like blind. I'm giving him my line G. He is asking, do I get to be selected to receive half of all of these assets? You know, he's playing on this. I love you. I feel like a lost puppy and you've rescued me. I want to give you everything. Please take me home with you. Like this whole, I'm operating in so many traumas. I'm still regularly journeying. I have this higher self entity that's guiding me that he somehow has access to through these telepathic communication and dreams. And I am wrapped around that finger. So I start giving him my assets in September of 2022. What's funny, this is September 15th of 2022, and September 13th of 2024 is when the fog gets lifted. Almost 2 years exactly to the day. You can't make this stuff up. It's like October 2022. This is when I'm struggling still between mung bean FUD, partial hijacking, but I also feel a sense of purpose in QSI. So this is when I start seeing in our messages, I can see very clearly the battle within of the soul that I am really wrestling with this entity because I want to leave to start my own channel, but I also feel a sense of purpose here in QSI. And so I'm discussing, you know, do I start my own channel? Here in these messages, it's because, let's see, I want to leave the group because I don't support what the admins are doing in that respect, meaning I didn't support that they were trying to make him apologize and that, you know, he was banned. And so I'm still sort of clinging to that, like, oh no, this person that rescued me can't come with me kind of thing. Um, but I also feel I have a sense of purpose here for the others, and that if I left, it would do a disservice. So I'm feeling like a lot of the sort of spiritual things that I am sharing and the connection, the spiritual things I'm sharing in the group, I feel like a sense of like purpose because I'm feeling like I have value to add to the community, but I'm also feeling this like sense of like family that like I love these guys. I can't leave them, but I also don't feel welcome. So I'm sort of going, you know, kind of back and forth with this like soul feeling this sense of purpose and this sense of family and connection. But this entity is like, no, you know, they don't support you. They're tyrants. All this mung bean sort of narrative. But you can see here in this picture, I know it's squished, but that's a picture of my binder that has all these tabs for different types of energy healing. And I had all this energy healing stuff that I wanted to share in my own channel. And I was going to share about the journeying and the Reiki and all this stuff, right? So this is in October of 2022. The same month that I start handing over the keys to my stellar wallets. So we're handing over assets first, line G, other plots, I think, from the early days. I'm handing over these assets. I'm giving them to him. I'm sending them to his wallet. And I'm telling him, you know, we're talking about the plots, half of 32, half of 64, you know, however many plots I had. I said, I can buy land. It's not for me. I don't buy the assets for me. I just buy them because I feel like it. And I said, the way I see it, what's mine is yours too. Because the way I saw it at the time was that he had given me so much and he had tried so much to support me that I was willing to literally give him the keys to the kingdom. Okay. And so I'm like, whatever I have is yours too. I know it's always in good hands. So of course I'll share everything. And he says, in November, he says, you can give it to me once it's done, meaning once everything's flipped over and when the wallet actually has value. Okay. He says, and more, it's good that you can trust someone to have all your keys, right? In case you'll need it later, right? He wants to like write it down on paper for me. Sure. Um, he says, I personally will love it more to receive everything from you. Blah, 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 blah. Our soul contract is divine, 25. So there's that higher self subliminal there, our soul contract. And he says, by the way, in case you want to send me the secret keys, send them to me on Signal so it remains private. And then I have here in this little red box, the bottom, he said, as I said, your graduation might also be for you if you can really give everything that I am free to have once it has a nominal value. And that's ultimately why I gave him my secret keys. I said, "You want my keys? I will literally give them to you. You can have them right now. What's mine is yours." I am at this point operating in a state of I need to prove to you 117 that I love you, that I'm ready to graduate, I am ready to ascend, I am ready for this divine mission. Here, you can have everything. And I just, there, there it is, right there in signal. And I'm just like, when I look back at this, I'm like, oh my God, girl, like, what are you doing? Um, and so I have here on the notes, you'll see that this whole exchange right here, the 25 subliminals, handing over the keys to my wallet because I want to be ready for graduation. This is all morphing into a 300,000 year karmic contract. And you will see those screenshots in a little bit. The stuff is I mean, I'm laughing because it's absolutely insane. I cannot, it's like when I'm looking back at this, I'm just like, how did that, how did I allow that to happen? Because again, if this person right now that I'm reading came into QSI this way now, I know all of us would be like, whoa, absolutely not. Um, we have come a very long way. So October 2022, this is where we're discussing starting my own channel to share about the shamanic healing techniques, animal symbolism, archetypes, etc. And he is sort of adding his influence in here. He wants me to consider the timing. He wants me to wait for the precipice to start sharing about different types of symbolism. Um, and to remember that his energy is in me and all around me. Okay, in me. Again, this is hijacking. This is overshadowing. This is that higher self connection, higher self to higher self, transferring information. And that I need to be careful sharing in QSI. So he's still seeding this FUD narrative that I need to be careful about what I'm sharing in QSI. And I need to have my own space. So pushing towards that sort of have your own channel. And again, guys, I mean, I'm going to read through some of these, but I want you to keep in mind how these guys infiltrate with Telegram channels, with social media platforms, and sort of surrounding that surround strategy that Emily was talking about in our last call. So I'm talking about how I want to create this channel for the shamanic animal symbols and archetypes. Consider the timing. Timing is everything. See. Oh, he's talking about let them learn one thing first. A huge amount of information is getting prepared to create confusion and the precipice that would allow an open conversation, that would allow questioning things for many. And he says that is the best moment, in my opinion, to add this additional uh, positive knowledge to give people hope and remind people that these symbols are actually good. So this message here, he's talking about waiting for the precipice after people have basically been like traumatized to open that up. So there's this strategy of like waiting until people are at their breaking point because this is when a portal is open and then you can seed this stuff into the collective consciousness. Okay. Now, if you go here to the bottom, this bottom left, I found what I can offer in a channel which I am lovingly dubbing a portal instead. Okay. So here we're back to portals and we're using information platforms as portals. Okay. And if people have portals already open, these portals are going to seed you with more junk, basically. And then we're going into, I don't have it highlighted, but there is this little piece here right next to the left of our panda where I'm talking about this collective consciousness grid. Okay. And I don't have it highlighted. And I just noticed this portion on my presentation last night, but I do want to talk about it because this collective consciousness grid, there were two instances where I had this sort of like dream experience. I'm in a dream where I was able to visit specific people that were connected in this sort of grid way. I could literally just like sort of teleport there in a sense in the dream space and I could visit them. And in these two instances, there was a woman that he and I were both connected to supporting financially. Her husband had passed away, but in this dream, he hadn't passed away yet. In the dream, I visited them and I saw her grieving for his passing before he passed away. And I was there to offer like energetic support or whatever at this particular time. We had seen a conversation recently about, I think it was like a satanic priestess or something that was talking about how when she was on assignment, she would basically be sent to people in the astral and she could find them and target them. And it was as I'm reading this thing about the consciousness grid and remembering those two experiences, I was not given like any direct orders or anything to go visit this person. Um, but that's what it reminds me of is that there was possibly, and I can't confirm this, but it just sounds very similar, that there's this possible connection of sort of with all this telepathic communication happening, um, visiting these people in the astral, that potentially I was being sort of groomed for this sort of astral contact with other people as well to potentially be doing some of the same stuff that this 117 is doing with me in the dream space. And so this is again, when I shared with you guys about these, when I discovered these attacks and I started making the habit of praying for protection when I go to sleep at night, this is a lot of why I was doing that, because so much of this was happening in the dream space. He says, remember, you have my energy in you and all around you. I'm talking about sharing a light language, light code symbols, etc., which is false light energy healing. And he's basically telling me the place you're at, you need to be careful because there's restrictions on what you can share and it'll get you kicked out. So again, seeding that FUD narrative, but at the same time, he's not explicitly telling me to leave. And this is where I can see that there's sort of this like, I'm going to kind of groom you for influence. But also at the same time, I want you to know that whatever FUDdy narrative he wants to seed. That was in October of 2022. Then we come into December of 2022, and this is another example, more evidence of channeling, early hijacking, and possession. I say to him, you see how they're growing more like channeled messages and revelations from my higher self. It's the same as when she speaks when I play the singing bowls. My brain shuts off. She is speaking and revealing things, and when she's done, I can spend time with that message. They're more like coded messages with very purposeful intent. Um, and after a while, the message sort of reveals itself. I'm talking about how she's talking in symbols, shapes, images, the light language symbols that I was drawing at that time on my art were growing in frequency, not high frequency, like I was just doing it more frequently. And I'm talking to myself in this gibberish, this light language, right? And so when I'm talking to myself in this gibberish, this is the higher self talking to me. Two totally separate consciousnesses, guys. But then here I have this really interesting thing that I noticed. I'm talking about the starships, and the starships are operated. I'm talking about the starships that I have in like remember or something that they're operated by divine consciousness, not by pilots or anything. It's similar to an AI autopilot, but they're not AI. It's source consciousness. And I'm talking about how these symbols, these little pyramid symbols that I was drawing, these symbols are what communicated to me that these are the ships are operated by divine consciousness. And so the sort of connection that I made here was it seems like in the earlier slide, I was talking about how this higher self entity connects with the soul. And with this process of hijacking and possession, this overshadowing, it sounds to me, because this sounds like stellar AI, these ships that are operated by source consciousness, this sounds like stellar AI. And what I take from that is that this hijacking or possession taps into things that our souls already know, like this inner knowing, and then distorts the information, distorts it or uses it for their own agenda to hijack and throw you off course in a demonic direction. So I'm going on and I'm talking about, all of this that I'm experiencing, all this stuff coming to me. Let's see. I wish I could read this. Basically, I'm telling him how this is making me feel like an alien in my body, and he's saying, "Follow your heart. Like, feel comfortable. This doesn't seem crazy. What are you even comparing it to?" Because I'm talking about how I'm feeling less humid. I said, "It's as if my higher self wants to speak." I'm telling him about this conversation that I was having with my mom, and she had asked me a question, and I right after she asked me the question, my brain automatically wanted to speak in this light language and this gibberish, and I had to like stop. I stopped myself and I talked like normal, which makes me think too, like, is this something that when we're doing this, are we speaking spells basically, like black magic spells in this other language? And I stopped myself so that I could talk like a normal person, and I'm telling him about this and talking about how my higher self is she's upgrading my brain, etc. He's basically over here after all of this that I've told him. He says, sexy. So he thinks this hijacking, this entity in me that's doing all of this is sexy. December 2022 is when I first created my channel. Emily subscribed to my channel. And I'm really excited about this channel because I'm feeling like, oh, I can actually share all of this great stuff that I want to share. And I'm not, throwing it in the chat and all this stuff. Okay. And he's encouraging me to still pursue Substack because at this point, he's also encouraging me to monetize these things, right? So Substack is a way to monetize this that I would be sharing, which would literally be a bunch of false light garbage, okay, that we're now going to profit from. I think I started a Substack. I never monetized it. I maybe wrote a couple of things and then I just deleted it because it wasn't feeling right. A lot of these things that I started, you'll come to see over the coming slides. I was starting a few things and then I would stop, and I couldn't fully go in these directions that he was sort of nudging me into. So December 2022. This has to do with my art again. I have here, what is it about my art that even the fraudulent higher self entity wants to infiltrate it with light code symbols to, quote, seed the collective consciousness of humanity? Okay, if you guys remember Blackmore, okay, and our D class on Blackmore and the UR or R&R investigation, he's talking about the collective consciousness of humanity through these astral influences, okay, with timelines and seeding the consciousness and how to, I think Blackmore was talking about how you can go out and you can basically like imprint your intent on the conscious, the collective, okay, to steer the collective in a particular direction. And here I'm talking about how my higher self is showing me that we're going to use these light code symbols in my art to seed the collective consciousness with what? I don't even know what the symbols are communicating, okay? And I'm talking about how the one lady that compared me to Lucifer, this was HP. A lot of you probably remember her. She was comparing a lot of the stuff I was saying to Lucifer. Looking back now, she wasn't that wrong, okay? And then I'm telling him about how I rejoined QSI to share some of the art that I had made there. It wasn't light code art. These were two like of the first AI images that I had made, like one for Emily and one for Whip. And he asks me, why did you have the need to go back to QSI? Because I had already left QSI. I had left and I had gone to start my own channel and I was going to kind of do my own thing. But I went back and I told him, I said, I'm not trying to sell anything. I don't even promote my channel. I don't promote my art. I just went back because I had made some things for Emily and Whip and I wanted to share them. And I'm talking to him about how I'm definitely not trying to make money off of anything that I'm doing. Um, and that it's with my art is the same as the assets I've purchased. So basically, the things that I do, I just feel a pull from my heart to do them, and then I do them, right? So here, there's also, you can see these hints of soul battling this entity, right? Because the entity, right, that's coming in as my higher self is communicating that we're going to put these symbols all over my art. Now, this did not last very long. I ultimately no longer put the symbols on my art, and I took down all of the art that had those symbols on them. I didn't sell them. I no longer displayed them. I basically just threw it all in the garbage. And I was making art that did not have the symbols on them, but um, there's this sort of back and forth of how my art is also, in a sense, being infiltrated by this entity that's disguised as a higher self. And so for this particular thing, I feel like that's a win because the symbols were not on my art anymore. And I don't know, I don't use them anymore. I don't make them. I don't even, I haven't journeyed in a long time. We'll get to that in a little bit. January 2023, I became a verified seller on Lightment. This is when I started taking my art and turning it into NFTs because I wanted to share it. I wanted to share my art. So January 9th, 2023, I officially became a verified account, which meant that I could host auctions on Lightment. So it was just kind of fun because it was like at the time, like, oh, now I'm verified. I have that little badge that says, yes, I'm KYC'd, etc. Okay. And now I can host auctions. And I sold my first NFT that same day, apparently. And I think this NFT is owned by someone in QSI that brought it up during the R&R investigation, which is very interesting. Um, he says to me the following day, we're talking about my art, and he says, your real audience is just now being prepared. Apparently, there's an audience being prepared for me. He never clarifies what this means, but this isn't the only time he says this. And he wants me to turn my art into a business, like entrepreneurship. So he starts trying to direct my art and how I create. I say to him, I'm excited to look for causes that accept donations in XLM and host my first auction to raise funds to donate. I want to use my art to support other missions like veterans, children's, developing communities, nations. I'm looking at how can I use my art as some sort of service to people. I don't want to profit off of it. I want to use my art to serve. I said, I know soon I'll have plenty of funds to do that myself. But if this works, I want to keep doing it because it makes an interesting way to raise awareness of these different needs and to share my vision, support others, etc. He says, which funds? You mean the funds that should be entirely mine? He's talking about the wallet and the keys that I gave him. So here already, he's basically, and he says, love you. That's like a total smack in the face. That's basically like, that's not your funds. Those are my funds. And I get a say on how they're used, basically. He says, by the way, raising funds, supporting auctions, all those things are the things that we have to move away from as this has been abused to corrupt and do wrong. Okay, so pretty sure that what we're doing in Stellar is raising funds to support a variety of projects that are going to literally change the world. So, but this is just another example of it's just a lot of like word salad and junk and a lot of the things he's saying. But he's also saying here in the bottom left that my art, the little star seeds collection that I made, he's saying they're unique, so set the price of them accordingly and think big. And then here on the bottom right, this is just sort of the example of what I mean when I say he's trying to direct my art. So he's saying first, I had shared with him another set that I had made, and he says, first, this set is to be a special edition because the way you start it sets the future. I don't know. He's talking about basically, this is what you're going to make. You're going to make the phoenix rising out of the ashes. There's some specific ones. There's a birth of a brave new world. He's talking about another picture that I had made. Um, and he wants to use it and to have me make certain ones to tell a specific story, a story that I'm not writing. I'm just making things that are pretty. And he's trying to basically tell me this is what I want you to make and this is how I want you to order it. Um, because all of the art from this period is going to be very important. He says, if you want to learn how to put them together as a story, remember, I'm always around you. Meaning that higher self is talking to this higher self, and this is how you see, this is like a energetic influence, energetic manipulation in these different directions. And this is again for my art. This is where he continues. This is in January 2023. He's continuing to try and direct what I create. He wants me to use his own branding, his number 117 on my art. There's more about an audience. So I'm just going to read through these highlighted parts. He's talking about that special edition will come out as a 117 edition. I have some more basically some pictures that I would love. And at the end, there will be 9 in total. It's something big that I have in mind, and I'll be blessed if you support me with your talent. He says, you can make one of them titled A Brave New World Ahead of Us. He's got this little story. He wants to share something with me. And I say, sure, what do you want to share with me? And he says, there will be a really advanced platform and great minting coming. Okay. And he says, your audience is being prepared by us to head your way. I trust you, 25. He's talking about one of the images that I made with a lion should be the cover of my store. He wants to buy it. He never actually buys any of my NFTs. These are the ones that I had gifted to him that he stored in the JUFD wallet. The rest of the pics, he wants me to take them down because he's considering them his. See. And then I'm basically talking about my art. He says one of the problems that people have with entrepreneurship, he's trying to push me in this entrepreneurial direction. They have no plan. They have no idea of what they're developing. Mostly they just go in for cash. He's telling me that I should sit down and basically come up with a business plan. Okay. And he wants me to create nine NFTs for him. So I'm telling him, like, you're right. I had no plan. I wasn't intending to become self-employed through what I create. I'm just creating. I want to create my vision. I want to get them out there. I have no direction, no idea what direction it's going to take. But I just want to create and I want to have fun. And he's talking about how my art's going to mean so much to the world. Now that I think of it, I have a logo I want you to generate and later mint that as an NFT. The collection, the Journey of 9 that he wants me to make, will also have that logo and his 117 number on there. He's telling me, like, I don't understand what you're doing. You're developing art and you don't want to do it to be an entrepreneur. This doesn't make any sense. He says, okay, there's no more posting until you've created and developed a business plan. Basically, there's no more selling until you've understood your value and how to value them. And he says, think of Lobster and Stellar. Why do you think they do it? It doesn't, he's trying to use this as like manipulation. Okay, because I specifically don't have to use my art. Like it's just this whole conversation really sort of put a wedge in it, and I didn't want to follow any of that direction. I didn't make any of this stuff that he asked me to make. I didn't make the logo. I didn't add his number to any of my art. I just sort of kind of blew it off and just did my own thing and was making my own art. And then it was only a few months later when I could no longer mint any artwork on Lightmint, and I turned to making Telegram stickers instead. And then we have to come back to the question of who owns Lightmint. Okay, and then you go back to the ledger data. January 2023. Okay, this is all of this happening with the art. Okay, at the same time that in my channel, this other 117 pops up. The other 117, aka Tiffany, joins my Telegram channel without an invite link. I only gave links to people that I directly invited, and I've never spoken with her before. And I see that she has this 117 in her name. It's like, at least it's like Mystery Mind 117 or something like that. And I'm like, are you guys connected? I said, this is the other 117. I haven't given my link out to anyone else. And I noticed I have 2 new subscribers. He says, I don't know, maybe she likes what you're doing. What do you mean the other 117? There's only one of me, by the way. And so I showed him and I said, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting because I didn't invite her. What's she doing in my channel? And he never directly answers me. He doesn't answer me as to whether they're connected or whether he gave sent her there or whatever. But I'm like, there's got to be some kind of connection with these 2. Then we come March and April. Of last year. He's requesting money for someone. He wants me to send money. Would you send something to someone for me just to help a little bit? It's just for the lady to grab some food and a few necessities. He wants to know how much I have available. We're going to do this transfer. I actually get my mom has to help me do the transfer because I'm having issues with car, getting to an ATM, etc. After I get all of this money ready, we're going to send her a couple, it was a couple hundred, but I could only get like 190 or whatever. Then I find out who it is. Who is it? Oh, it's this mystery mind, this Tiffany. Okay, that's actually her real name is Stephanie. Okay, this Whips admin that I didn't know was Whips admin at the time. I thought she was just a lady, and I'm like, they are connected somehow. Okay, so they are connected. He says, this is someone you will meet. It's a blessing that she joined Love Light. Love Light was the name of my channel. Okay. See, we're going on. I just said my family was the one helping me with all this. And then after we get all this money sent to her, this is in March, okay, of 2023. We get all this money sent to her. And then suddenly I say, I'm also feeling like there's some clearing going on the last few days. I just need time to clear myself out. I'll send this off with love when I'm ready, and then I'll return when my vibes are back up. I'm feeling like I'm not feeling so good. Okay. This is evidence here of an energetic attack going on at the same time that this money is being sent to this Tiffany. And then he sends me the messages that apparently she sent to him about how she's like so happy and grateful, etc. And then April, the following month, I offered to send her a little bit more in case she needs it. And then that's that whole thing right there. But this is another way of how energetic connections are built between people that you otherwise don't know that can potentially be set up for blackmail later. Okay, this goes kind of hand in hand tandem with ledger data. Then in October of 2023, med beds. We all remember how these roaches, they love their med beds, right? Except for 117, he thinks he's already going to be on the starship by the time I get there. He's talking about, there, must be a good reason why you're a big whale there in the group funds, don't you think? He's talking about all the thousands of XLM that he's sending me to put into the medbed group funds, which, again, if you remember, are coming from Whip, Miriam team, Tiffany, etc. All this money is coming in. He says, remember when you were told that I am a human medbed? To 25 with love, 117. This is him, again, higher self subliminal, and trying to say that he is already some sort of divine entity. I asked him October 2nd, would you please invest into these medbed ICOs with a wallet that is KYC'd to you so that you can also bring 2 others along? This is after we found it. And I said, I mean, I really want you to come with us. Like, these things are so amazing. Like, this opportunity, you have to do this to a wallet that's KYC'd to you. And you have to come in and, like, I don't remember if QP was a thing, but I wanted him to get involved in this because I was realizing this is a lot. This really is a divine mission that we're doing here in QSI. And I want you to be a part of it because, again, I didn't see all of this energetic crap going on. All I saw was the love and the support and all the XLM that he was constantly sending me, all the ways that he had funded these 2 miracles in my life. This, what's not shown in these pictures is the constant intimate stuff going on in Telegram. Okay. And it was constant. And again, they feed on that stuff. They're using your emotions and your love and all of this goodness, and they're morphing it into this tool that they can use to manipulate you, basically. So I'm asking him if he will please do this. And he says, everything is fine as it is, Angel. Focus on the mission. He says, I'll invest in my wallet as it is. There is another wallet that's not featured in this particular presentation that was also that he created that had purchased a few of the med beds and then went dormant. Um, see, he says, there's a good reason why I was kept out of QSI. He makes it seem like he's part of some sort of secret divine or white hat something or other going on behind the scenes that apparently neither me or Emily is aware of. And I'm talking about, let's see, where am I at? I've lost my place. Just a second. Okay, so we'll go here. I'm talking about basically like the med beds, and I'm asking him like, I get to put my med bed in your center. Like you're gonna build a center, and we're gonna put the med beds in there. And I'm thinking that we're gonna heal the world together. That this is part of our divine mission. And he, instant joy kill. He says, "Who says it's yours? You get gifted for something, just like you're gifted those trips. That's a gift for humanity, for the people, by the people. Remember?" He's like, when you're all healed, there's no more use for you. And so this is like I'm feeling really excited because I'm thinking like, oh, we have this like, yeah, we're gonna do this together. We're gonna get married. We're gonna have a family. We're gonna do all this healing and helping humanity and all this that we're doing together. And he's like, no, none of that's yours, by the way. I hope you still remember that. This is like narcissist. Just, I said, I don't mean mine and yours like that. He said, again, it's your words and your vibration. Like, and I'm asking about, all of, because he's saying all of that's what it comes from. I got my little screenshots mixed up again. I'm sorry, guys. Um, he's talking about all of the med beds should be brought back and put in a center that he creates. Because I'm asking him, like, I want you to come with me. And he says, who says I'm not already on the ship by the time you get there? You never know, Angel. You might meet me there. And then he decides he's definitely going to invest in all the med beds and he wants me to be his wing. Okay. This is where he's telling me that he's using me for this, but I'm not seeing that he's telling me that he's using me for this because I'm still at this point, I think October 2023 is around the time that I stopped journeying because whenever I moved here to Florida the second time, I've not been journeying since then. So it was like late September, early October 2023. I had just stopped journeying, right? And so these med beds are coming out. I'm still partially hijacked at this point. He's talking about things will speed up and all of these and there might be more med beds coming, right? So I'm talking about making a long list of these med beds and I'm offering to put Tiffany on there because I'm like, they have a connection. At this point, I don't think anyone knew that she was fighting. Maybe Freaky did. I don't know, because this is kind of around the same time. About a month later, I think she starts taking payments from Miriam team. So he's talking about he has a list of people that he's been taking care of. And this is another thing that he talked about a lot, not a lot, like a couple times on the phone. He had mentioned that there were multiple people across the world in different countries that he was helping to take care of. And then in the messages that he had sent to Emily back in 2022, apparently there's like tens of thousands of people that he's constantly, talking to and helping and whatnot. So he's got this long list and he's like, basically like these people can wait until the med beds come back, right? See, I think that's everything for that. That's like, yes, okay. Okay. So now we're coming to the 300,000 year contract and the feminist bitch. Pardon my French. So the 300,000 year contract started as a lighthearted joke or a comment about being married for 300,000 years. But he kind of kept reminding me of it over and over and over again that I signed up for this 300,000 years. So one of the things that roaches and cabal agents like to do is you say something that may be in jest, or you say something that may be kind of like a lighthearted, you don't, whatever, and they'll twist it. And this is one of those examples, right? So he's reminding me that I picked our connection over and over and over, that we've done it in many reincarnations. We've had many reincarnations together, and that I have no choice. I'm not going anywhere for 300,000 years. In this one comment, he's talking about how I'm questioning his love and care, and that I should never, ever, ever do that because I'm not going anywhere for at least 300,000 years. He's talking about making life interesting for the next 300,000 years. 300,000 years. All of these comments over, the course of this has been probably within the last year that the 300,000 years comment has started, along with the feminist bitch title. So this is where he's differentiating between 25 and feminist bitch. And the feminist bitch was in reference to my warrior spirit. So all the times that I had been experiencing energetic attack or starting to question some of the things that he was saying that maybe weren't totally true or fair or right, or that were different than things he used to say, I would kind of call him out a little bit on it. And he would refer to this as the feminist bitch. And it was considered part of my ego that needed to be controlled and submit as 25. So the feminist bitch here at the very end, he says, why do you think you chose to be 25? Why do you think you submit to me as a 25? It was never requested, but even as a product of feminism, you chose exactly that. He's reminding me that in all of this, over the course of the few years that we've been connected, that this has been my free will choice. And maybe in a lot of ways it was, and in a lot of ways it was also partial hijacking and astral manipulation. Would you dare try to be a feminist bitch around me, or even when I am not present? I would say right now, absolutely yes, I would be a feminist bitch, because I don't submit to anyone. So some turning points. These next few slides, I'm basically going to show you some of the notable catalysts that had brought me closer to stellar and paved the way to break free from all of this infiltration, from both the manipulation from 117 and the higher self entity. So one of the two turning points that I don't have like pictures or screenshots for, they're just on here. In 2023, Manuel had his own channel as well, and he closed his Telegram channel down to focus more on QSI. And when he did that, I became less and less active in my own channel, and I started focusing more on QSI as well, until ultimately deleting my Telegram channel too. And when I go back to think about that, I realized that Manuel was leading me back home without me realizing it. And I don't even think that he realized it either. Because when he left, I followed him, and I followed him because my heart was telling me to. And I had the feeling that if I didn't, I would be lost. That there was some sort of light that was missing when he went back, and that if I didn't go with him, I was sort of going to be like lost at sea. Like I could feel that and sense that. And so it took a while for me to ultimately shut my channel down. But I became less and less active over time until I did, and more active in QSI. And then in October of 2024, after all of this was discovered and I was doing this investigation, in the midst of it, I was requested to make the images for our divine ICOs for our momentum call. And this was a massive opportunity for me to heal and transmute what I had been discovering, which is why partly I'm able to give this presentation without crying all over the place anymore. So, but in between these two events in 2023 and 2024, we have November of 2023, the Neurobalance Medbed. And Neurobalance was a huge turning point for me, because when it was released, I saw in the description how so much of it sounded like the shamanic work that I was doing in the journey space, but it was very different. So prior to the medbeds being launched, I felt like my shamanic journey work was my purpose, that I was going to teach others how to access their divine gift through the shamanic journey space. And this is very similar to how many of us as energy healers believe that that is our purpose, that that is our divine gift, and that we are helping others by doing that. I hope that you can see through my descriptions of the journey space and this higher self entity and what exactly was going on, this stuff is not our purpose. That's not our purpose. Those are not our divine gifts. specifically with the shamanic work, that was those were all entities. Med beds, the launching of our medbed ICOs challenged this sense of purpose that I had. And it was sort of the first inkling of feeling like I didn't actually know anything. Maybe my journeys were fake, distorted, deceptive. Now that I've had the opportunity to go back and actually review all of this data, I can see definitely, yes, they were fake, distorted, deceptive, demonic. My last shamanic journey took place prior to moving to Florida at the end of September 2023. So here I'm describing where is it? I'm describing my perspective of the neurobalance ICO here. And I say the more that I look at it, it really sounds like it would be accelerated shadow work, and that the soul will be the one making the choices, not the mind, which has been programmed. And I added here, or hijacked. And then I go on, my ego entity is showing here because I'm like, oh, probably my shamanic work helped manifest this neurobalance ICO. Please forgive me for what I said when I was still in ego mode. But the note of that is that this was sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because October, November 2023 is when things really started shifting and turning around for me. This is when I started becoming much more active in QSI, as far as participating in not just, so he was still funding the ICOs. My activity was largely in global. But the soul, at this point during neurobalance, the soul makes the choice, not the mind that has been hijacked. So I sort of look back at this and I feel like, I don't know if there's confirmation for it. I mean, kind of there is, because we have the call from Ivan where he was talking about how the zapping would be starting soon. And this is where I kind of see the zapping was likely starting, and my soul was becoming empowered after this point, from this point forward. My soul was becoming more empowered to overcome all of this manipulation and hijacking that had been taking place in the years prior. And then followed by, this was all followed by a divine ICOD class as well. In March of 2024, this year, this is when Emily made the unicorn and DGCLT announcement. And you can see here, I'm very excited and I'm telling him about it. You know, did you watch the clips I sent you? It's the announcement. And he tries to take credit for it. He says, maybe someday you'll realize and connect things, why you called upon me, why you're under my energy field, why you had the deep need to be 25. Why I always say, gotcha, bitch. He says, yes, I told you there's a reason why I'm not in QSI officially, right? Some things were to be as it is now. He's suggesting that the reason that he's not in QSI is because he had to support me from the back to put me up as a unicorn, as if he's the one that put me here. He says, didn't I mention something about where you would be, where you would land soon, way before, I don't even know what he's talking about here, way before your written thing. Didn't I mention all of where you traveled to? I have no idea what he's even talking about, but he's trying to take credit for this unicorn and DGCLT announcement. He says here at the bottom, I never should be brought forward. He doesn't want anyone to know who he is unless he wants to. He says, this is your light, your soul, your divine power and journey. So this is, again, manipulation. This is him saying, this is your journey, this is your divine right. But remember, I'm the one that put you up there, but don't ever tell anybody that, like, I even exist, basically. And then he's saying that Emily answered why he can't answer the question. So basically, what is he even talking about? I don't know. He says, you've been told since day one that you have my shield around you and to remember who I am. And you had some dreams, and I opened my realm for you to feel me. As I said, you have no clue what you got into signing up for 25. I said, well, I don't feel like a celestial guardian yet, but I do feel cued to step up and evolve some more. So March 2024, the unicorn announcement, this is where he's trying to take credit, but for me, I'm starting to sort of sense this energetic something. I can't really put my finger on it. I'm starting to sense it, but I'm also feeling like this was Emily's call to me, whatever it was that she saw in me that I couldn't see because I was still under all of this spell crap going on. I couldn't see that in myself, but she saw something in me. And this is where I was like, okay, this is like my cue. This is like time for me to really evolve and be this this unicorn. Whatever that means, it's up for me to figure out what that is, but this is where I'm being called to evolve. And then April, the following month, 2024, I meet Emily in person at Palm Beach. And this is my description after meeting her. I'm talking about how my brain's on the fritz. I can barely think. I feel like my head is hollow and I am just pure awareness. I'm trying to grasp onto a thought, but it's like biting at air. And people are trying to talk to me, and I'm just like, whew, everything's just blank. I'm just aware. I don't know what's going on. I can't stop laughing. I'm trying to organize myself, but I can't. I have things to do, but I keep forgetting what the steps are to do the things that I need to do. I don't even know how to respond to him or what to say to him. I'm just feeling like, wow, I feel amazing. But at the same time, um, I can't really think, but also I feel a whole lot more driven towards my soul purpose because in that meeting with Emily, I felt this shift. And I know that most of us that have met Emily in person have felt similarly after face-to-face events with her, where I was feeling like I had known her before. I felt this deep, deep sense of this is my commander, that I have worked with her or served, with her. There was some sort of something that I could feel, and it sort of catalyzed this massive drive towards focusing on my soul purpose with Stellar. And then April, May, June, and July of 2024. This is the birth of the first unicorn report, where I was exposing the New Age agenda and simultaneously all of the work I had done in the years past. But when I started working on the UR report, it was catalyzed because I had remembered these vague experiences that I had had. And I thought these fake ascended masters, or these ascended masters are probably fake. And I'm feeling like this, I could probably research this and figure this out. And I did. But then now with this presentation here, looking back, I see, holy moly, I was like almost totally hijacked by this higher self entity that also simultaneously, because of UR1 and the D class on overshadowing, I'm able to look back now and see that that was overshadowing. That I never, had I not been the one to do the D class on the overshadowing, or had that never been D class, I would not have recognized that at that. It's so crazy. And again, this goes back to the neurobalance, what I had experienced, what I had shared about the neurobalance, feeling like the soul was the one in charge, instead of the hijacked mind. That there was a shift that happened where my soul purpose, my soul mission kicked in, and studying Stellar and meeting Emily. The mentor program was another huge catalyst when I was invited to join the mentor program. This catalyzed me to wanting to study Stellar even more because I wanted to prepare myself. I said, if I'm going to be a leader, if they need me to lead, I need to be prepared to lead. So I need to hike up my boots here and get to work. So I'm wanting to study Stellar more. This is where Sun Microsystems comes into play. Okay. And then I have the research on there, which is connecting me even more to Stellar. And then because I'm connecting more to Stellar, then I am also, this prepares for the R&R D class, right? Where I start to notice that Nick the Dick, the way that he talks to Nicole, is a lot of the same way that 117 talks to me. And so I'm starting to sort of, all of these, this whole April to July has like back to back zaps, basically. Yeah, I'm asking him, he's indicating that he may know who I am, my soul identity. This is in June, okay? He says, who are you that you land in the on a as unicorn and life and humanity secrets? Who are you, ma'am, to just decide to be 25? Who are you? He says, not that I wouldn't know though. I don't know if he actually knows who I am. Soul identity or what. He probably, I don't know. But I'm asking him, do you know who I am? Did I maybe, is it something like with Emily and Grandpa Ivan, where like I told you and asked you to be under an NDA or something? You just didn't tell me? Because again, at this point, I'm sensing something energetically a little bit, but I'm still very much like blind. There's still all this fog going on, right? And he says to me, you could never put me under an NDA. And again, we go back to that same message. Why do you think you chose to be 25? Why do you submit to me? Would you dare try being a feminist bitch? He's basically accusing me of being a feminist bitch for suggesting that I could ever ask him not to tell me something. It just totally kind of blows it out of proportion. And then in 2024 or July 2024, after all of these zaps, and I'm coming really strongly into sensing my purpose and commitment to our divine mission here in Stellar, as opposed to the divine mission that I thought I had with 117. I at this point, him sending me the XLM to go into the group funds is like a task. That's just something I have to manage. At this point, I could have almost not participated in the group funds. I would just be focused on this mission that we have with Stellar and all of this growth that I'm experiencing in studying Stellar. So I'm so zapped and so committed in July of this year that the morning of R&R, more subtle attacks start, actually back up, July, subtle attacks escalate into R&R. These are a couple of messages that came, we had during the DJT, the assassination attempt, right? So he keeps talking about 117 keeps talking about soul swaps and soul traps. And he's reminding me yet again that his energy is constantly around me and that I have doors in my own field that I need to close. This is also around the same time that I start praying to be with the Q team angels before sleep. I'm wanting their protection. I want to start protecting my dream space because I was really starting to sense kind of a darker energy in his messages. I couldn't really pinpoint it. I could sense something. It's like you can smell something, but you don't really know what it is or where it's coming from. I stopped going to him in the dream space and specifically started avoiding it while not knowing why I was doing it. They were just internal alarms. So here, these messages here on the left, he's asking for my attention. And I said, I've been very focused on other business today. We had another infiltrator and I was helping to hold down the fort with Emily and another of our unicorns. He says, oh yeah, I remember I told, he says, yeah, I saw that some days ago in a dreams and I told you about it, but he didn't. That's total bullcrap. He says some soul traps are happening. Focus on your mission. Make sure you remember that I have that ring of energy around you. And then he's asking about the DJT. Did you see the pictures of the attempt on Donald Trump today? And he says they're familiar. At some point, one of the specific dreams and travels, he's referring to what he's done in his dreams and travels. He says things are getting aligned, specific timelines. And again, looking back at this now, remember what we've heard about Blackmore manipulating timelines. Okay, he's talking about he's going to share it at some point. There's shadow wars. Keep the energies right. Remember, 117's around you, and you'll need it on your path. Again, I'll talk to you soon about something, this ongoing unfulfilled suspense, you know, that there's something coming soon. I'll tell you about it soon. He says, are you ready to be 25 for real? At this point, I can really sense that I don't want to be 25 because I don't like that this whole like 25 versus feminist bitch. I feel more aligned to a feminist bitch. And so I say, I'm ready to serve, defend, and protect all of God's people in accordance with God's will in all realms and worlds at all times. And he says, girl, stop. You're out there on some soldier shit. You have doors to close in your own field. So apparently this mission oriented, purpose oriented is not 25 because 25 just submits to his will. That's the entity. So it sounds like this entity handler relationship. Which brings me to the final round of energy tax and FUD. And you guys will see here, this was in August of 2024. And these few slides here are going to lead up to what was discovered September at the beginning of the presentation. So I'm basically experiencing a lot of self-doubt, worthlessness, a sense of failure. At this point, it had started the morning of the R&R Roach Motel exposure call. Literally that morning, right before the call started. And I had to keep, I don't know if you guys remember, I had to keep turning my camera off during the call because I was breaking up fights in my home. And there during the call, like that day, and my family had essentially been weaponized against me. So I had been unable to work. I had a lot of car problems. Car didn't work. I couldn't work. We were having a lot of financial stress. There's a lot of stuff going on. And my family was being weaponized against me, and I was basically being told that I needed to move out. Well, here in Florida, it's kind of impossible to like live on your own with one income. It's so expensive. So I was looking at potentially like I was going to end up homeless if some sort of something didn't happen. Um, so I'm telling him, I'm talking to 117 and I'm saying like I'd almost rather live in a park than stay here. Like things were getting so chaotic at home. I said I'm also feeling like a worthless pile of garbage. I can't provide my own space for myself. I'm feeling like that alone should disqualify me from being responsible for literally anything else, that I can't even be responsible for myself. I said I feel like I'm a hypocrite in my own life. Why should anyone trust me as any kind of a leader when I fail the most basic task of leading myself, providing for myself? I said, I feel like a fraud talking about all the ways to protect ourselves spiritually when I'm clearly under energetic attack. What good am I to anyone? This is ridiculous. I'm a clown. I said, I can't even fund the future for myself. I don't fund my own wallet. None of this belongs to me. I can't provide for myself. I don't fund my own wallet. Um, I was feeling like there's absolutely, at this point, I was very emotional, and feeling like a huge failure and feeling like Emily had definitely chosen the wrong unicorn. Um, I said I didn't earn any of it. These boxes that I have here highlighted in red, these are sort of messages that where I say none of this belongs to me. I can't do anything for myself. I didn't earn any of it. These are statements that are perfect for somebody that wants to have the keys to your wallet because they can absolutely feed on that. That's right. You didn't buy any of those assets, and I'll take those for you. He starts to pretend like he's supporting me. So he says, you doubt my faith in you. Our hearts have to be tested. But while he is pretending, he's like feigning the support, he's also telling me exactly how these attacks are happening. He says, as long as there is a fear or an attachment to anything material, it will always be used as blackmail. This is physical blackmail. This is energetic blackmail. At the time that this was all going on, I was also still operating in fear and worthlessness and feeling like I didn't deserve any of the good things in my life. And this was being used as a portal to target me and was making it possible for that FUD to increase. He says the funny thing is that you're actually developing the best abilities and skills. You're the perfect one to basically talk about everything that I was experiencing, all the attacks that I was experiencing. He's talking about facing hardships and evil makes you more resilient and committed for changes. Yes, this is true. It does. But he's also telling me that the reason it's happening is because I allowed someone else access to my energies. That someone else is him, but he's redirecting my attention to the people in my home that are being weaponized against me, who also have their own entities that are being targeted and used against me. So there is this sort of like division, like shifting, like redirection, right? So look here or look there, not here. So this is all happening. He sees, let's see. And I'm feeling also very upset because I said there are so many people in this family in QSI that look up to me that if they had any idea what I'm actually living with right now, they wouldn't see me as any kind of a leader at all. because I'm not a leader. Maybe someday, after I've actually managed to get myself away from all of this and make something more useful out of my life. But right now, no, I'm not fit to lead anyone. I said I can squash roaches in QSI, but I can't do anything about the roaches in my own life. And he's saying maybe squashing roaches is hyping your brain up too much. He says, by the way, that's the second time that you fall into these holes, this floodiness of feeling unworthy, and you ignore my call because he tried to call me during all of this and I ignored it. Um, he said, that's not the way 25 behaves. Again, this is like sort of like the pinnacle of all of this where I'm really like getting agitated with being referred to as 25 as if I have to be the submissive thing. And my soul is wanting to just like smash everything. Um, this is where he's trying to get me to tell the community all about these attacks that I was experiencing. How about you share your reality with the community, just like Mimsy did? So he's using Mimsy. He refers to Emily as my mentor. He says, I'm sure everyone will gather behind you out of love and tell the community what kind of test you have to deal with every day. He says you should never disrespect the 25 you are, meaning I should always act like 25 because he doesn't give up on me. Whatever. He says tell this part of the story that you're going through and find out what love is all about. You'll feel it. You won't have to read it. That's one of the things I meant with those doors. He's pushing me, do it right now. Find out. And I said, no, I'm not going to bring the drama of all of this emotional upheaval. I'm not going to bring all of that into QSI. I'm going to wait to even act on anything until I come back to neutral. I wanted to be out of my emotions before I even decided what to do about what I was experiencing. Bringing it into QSI or asking people in QSI about it was not something that was even on my radar because it was something that I was dealing with at home that was not, at the time, I saw it as this is not even related to QSI. But in fact, looking back, this is clearly a round of energy attacks that had begun during R&R that's coming from somewhere, and they're weaponizing my family. Um, so it is related to QSI, but I didn't see it that way at the time. I said neutrality is best, and he says no, that's not true. He says the part that he heard, yeah, he's referring to a post that Emily made. He said or I think a call. Yes, it was the call. He said it's actually funny because even your mentor, he's talking about Emily, spoke about all the stuff that was going on with Whip um, in the background and how she, finally brought it out into the open. He said she was talking to you too, in case you didn't realize it, when she spoke about her thing. So he's trying to plant the idea that Emily somehow knows about all this stuff that I'm doing, that's going on in my life behind the scenes, and that she is talking to me through the call in these like sort of indirect comms by also talking about Whip, which means that he's also comparing my situation to the situation that Emily had experienced with Whip. And now if we look at this and we see all of this is going on, the redirection going towards the members of my family that have been weaponized against me, when actually there's all of this going on with 117. It's 117 is at the core of it. He says, don't be neutral, be honest, be truthful. He's trying to push me to literally just vomit. And I said, I'm not sharing it. It just sounds like whining. It sounds like complaining. I can fight my own battles myself. I can take care of this on my own. I wanted to bring myself to neutral and I wanted him to stop prodding at me. And he just keeps talking about how I should, he's trying to make it sound like you just need to be able to accept the support of your people. But I keep saying no. And he says, this is exactly what feminist bitchism has told our women. He said, I am guiding you as your 117 and you don't want to listen to me. So again, he's trying to manipulate me into a particular action. I want to come back into neutrality. I've got all of this mess going on at home. He's twisting Mimsy's and Emily's words. And in the midst of all of it, he's also asking for my wallet keys again. So here I'm explaining to him how my son is flip-flopping. My son is clear. Something's going on with my kid at this point. He's getting violent with me. He's clawing at me. He's baring his teeth to me. He is physically very mean and aggressive. And then moments later, he would start sobbing and he would say, I need a hug. I love you. I'm sorry. And it was just very, just flipping like a switch um, at that point. And he tells me it has nothing to do with you. Unfortunately, women have been trained to have the center of everything attention. He'll be okay. You are not targeted. Meanwhile, I am very targeted. I said I knew in my heart that there would be a breaking point after we declassed Jesus. I just knew it. I could feel it because all of this started in full force the same exact morning of our first exposure call on R&R, and it has escalated ever since. So whatever entities are in my family, they're being used to target me. And he says over here, it's the program once you sell your soul. Everything comes in through vibrations and frequency messages and programming. So he's basically telling us exactly how the entities operate and how they communicate with each other. This goes back to all of the hijacking of the higher self and the higher self being able to communicate telepathically with other higher selves. This is like a demonic entity network. This is a network, and they are communicating to each other through vibrations and frequency. He says, by the way, I forgot something. You wanted to send me the access to the second wallet like the first, but you turned into a whatever that word is and dropped it all on the quest of tech and D-class. Meaning, he's like, basically, you put all of your studying stellar ahead of giving me the keys to your second wallet. He says, remember, the chosen ones can't be touched by the demons. He's telling me again that I need to address the QSI community and tells me that there is no divine intervention until I ask for it, that the white hats have to respect our free will, right? And then you can trust that they'll either move things to support you if you really need it, or if you simply have to endure it. But be honest about it. So this is when I started. Like I was at the height of, I'm looking at homelessness, my kids getting violent, flipping switches, all this chaos going on at home. While I'm also, going through all of this. And he's like, oh, I want the keys to your second wallet, but you're putting your study of stellar first. So a few days after all of this is when the Archangel Michael Protection Force Field launches. I had started praying for divine intervention at this point. Literally, I was in the shower praying. I'm telling him I'm literally asking for divine intervention because I am at this point thinking I'm still not seeing him as the one that is, there's still the fog that he is even involved because I'm still seeing that he is the one that's going to maybe help or support me through this, right? So here we come back to the beginning slide where he's talking about the Archangel Michael Protection Fund and how he's beta testing the QKD, right? That's what he thinks anyway. He's confessing that he has a mission of his own. Thank you for supporting this mission of mine. Okay. And then a few days later, he is sending me money for a down payment on a new car. Not a new car, but a car. My car was completely inoperable. This is why I could not work. This is why there were financial strain in my household that was stressing everybody out. I was being targeted. I was being, told I needed to move out, but I couldn't provide myself. I couldn't work. I couldn't do any of this, right? There's all this going on at home. He decides he's going to send me money for a down payment so that I can get into a car and get back to work. And after he is arranging it, he calls to sort of, just give me an update on how they're transferring it through like RIA, which is like a money transfer service, sort of kind of like MoneyGram, but international. MoneyGram's international too, but it's there are two different money transfers. So I noted that his energy was really different on the phone call when he's giving me the update. He seems very distant. And I get the sense in his talking to me that I am like in trouble or that I just don't deserve whatever support or help he is giving me by, paying for this down payment. And I tell him, I said, your energy felt different on the phone. And I just wanted you to know that I really appreciate you and I love you. And I let him know that I received all the money that he sent. And he's telling me, and I wanted him to thank whoever it was that helped him to send this money. And he says, nobody helped me. It was all in my name. But then in the next message, he's saying that apparently there was someone involved who didn't have to be involved. So I don't know what that means, but I just said thank you anyway, right? And then he is telling me to cut down on all the necessary things. He wants me to, even though I have this car, he wants to dictate how I'm driving. No extra driving. You're still walking to the library. You're still walking where you need to go. You're only driving for work. Don't tell anyone that I'm the one that made this possible for you. Um, his energy starts getting controlling. He says, if I were you, I would even basically lie to my family and tell them that the mileage is being restricted and monitored by the one who's given you the car. Um, and all of the documents for this car should be in the bag with the Zims and all the other foreign currencies that he was also supposed to get the first time that we met, when I was also supposed to put him as a signer on my wallet, which, by the way, I sold all those currencies. So there's that. Um, he says, you laugh, but you should take seriously what I'm saying. And that nobody else should ever drive this car, right? So he's getting very controlling. He just, same day that he's putting all this in, he's starting to get very controlling over how the car is used. The car, by the way, is in my name, and his name is nowhere on it. So I pay for it, and it's in my name, and I take care of everything on it. I have here, just as an aside, coincidentally, as I'm completing the purchase on this car, the song In the Arms of the Angels is playing over the loudspeaker in the dealership. And at the time, I thought, oh, this is a sign that 117 is the angel. And this is my divine intervention, because now I can go back to work. Now I can relieve all this financial stress. Now things will be okay. Okay. And, my family will stop targeting me, and maybe I can find a solution. Maybe I can find a different job or something. Some sort of solution is now possible because I have a way to get back to work. So I'm seeing it as maybe this is the divine intervention that I have been praying for. Okay. But then the next day, he's starting to get really weird. So again, these slides come back up from the beginning of the presentation. He's acting very unlike himself, and there's a clear shift in energy. He's starting to feel very agitated and panicky over these group funds that I messed up the memo to. And again, we come back to what happened to the conscious woman that took care of things. Don't you realize how distracted you are with all of my studying stellar that I'm doing? To be focused on QSI means you have to have a general focus on everything else that you're doing. He wants, let's see, got all these phone calls, wants to know when the ICOs are coming, etc. Right? He's starting to expose himself. All of this here, especially when I'm starting to feel like I had done something wrong. That energy shift on the phone the day before with the car down payment being transferred and everything, I'm really starting, like my red flags and sirens are really starting to beep. Like there's something going on and I can't see what it is. He asks for my wallet keys again. He says, I'll support you more so that you don't have to do it alone. He's talking about the spreadsheet. I would always prepare a spreadsheet that kept track of all of the group funds, ICOs that he was funding. And I would update him with this. Well, I hadn't updated it in a long time because I had been putting Stellar first, right? And in my mind, in the back of my mind, first off, I was super excited to not have to do this anymore with a spreadsheet because Stellar takes care of all of that. And I didn't really, understand why we were still doing that. But he wanted the infos to the wallet, and he wanted to be able to keep track of all of the transactions that were going on so that I wouldn't have to do these group fund spreadsheets anymore. So that's another thing that he wants to sort of just take control of that. And he wants to know if Emily's going to include my contributions to those group funds that I forgot the memo on. He wants to know if those are still going to be counted. And that's when I had messaged Freaky about his training and came back with, he's being funded by Tiffany. So this is a little bonus slide. While researching and investigating all of this data and information, and also making the divine ICO images for momentum. It was all going on at the same time. I experienced what I refer to as the weird week. We had Hurricane Milton here, and the eye of that storm went right over my neighborhood. Um, right after Hurricane Milton, we were still without power, and I had taken my son out. We were going to go see if we could find any gas stations that had fuel, just sort of scout the area and see what kind of damage was done, etc. And we came across a homeless man who was like carrying this grill on his bike and trying to get this giant grill, somewhere. And the car that I have now is a big SUV. And so I said, okay, well, I have like all this room in my car. I'm going to offer to take this guy, to haul his grill wherever he needs to go. And he didn't want to get in my car, but he was like, hey, I'm just going right around the corner. Would you mind putting the grill in the back and I will ride my bike over there to meet you? And I'm like, that's great. That's fine. I can totally do that. So we get there to around the corner to drop his grill off, and he starts talking really weird. He is asking me if I know anything about angels. He says, see, I've got this message here where I was sharing the story with Emily and some of the other unicorns. I said he starts talking about how I must be an angel, and did I hear from the heavenly angels that he needed help, and did they send me to him? And he was asking me if I knew what Christ was, etc. He's talking about angels and God. I'm getting really weird vibes from him. So I'm just getting his stuff out of my car quickly because I'm starting to smell some entities. He said that angels have a very special diet and they eat the flesh of Christ. And he says, I mean that literally. So this dude is really giving me the creeps. He says he's the seventh prophet of Israel and has the gift of prophecy, and that every time someone helps him, bad things happen to that person. They become hunted, and that he wanted to pray over me and offer me his protection. And I said, no, 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 no. I told him to stop. I said, see, I told my son to get back in the car. I said, you will not pray over me. I don't need your protection. And so he starts like backing up, like really awkward. He's like, what do you mean you don't need my protection? Like, do you know what kind of war we're in? Do you even have protection, etc.? And I just keep telling him, like, no, you're not praying over me. I'm getting my son in the car and we're leaving, right? So he gets ready to, like, lift his hands up to pray, and I stop him and I get my kid in the car and we get home. And it's just at that point, I'm like, that's the weirdest experience that I've had in a while. And I get home, and I'm sitting out on my patio, and there's like this little feather you can see pictured here, just like floating right above my balcony. I'm on the second floor, and there's no like breeze or wind or anything. I mean, there's probably like a little wind current somehow that it, was floating, but it's just like hovering right above my balcony as if to like literally try and get my attention. And my son, he comes up from the parking lot. He's got this seashell that is identical to my favorite seashell that I have here at home. And I thought, when he brought it to me, I was like, "Oh, why did you bring my seashell outside?" And he's like, "No, I got it from the parking lot. Look." And he comes inside to grab my seashell and show me there's now two identical seashells. And we just had a hurricane, and this seashell is completely unscathed, has no scratches, no nicks, no nothing on it in our parking lot, which is like a couple miles inland from the shore. So I'm like, wow, I mean, what are the odds, And I'm thinking this is so interesting. Well, then a few days later, October 29th, I'm taking a walk on the beach, and I send the message to Emily and the other unicorns again. I'm like, do you remember that weird week where I got like the twinsy seashell and the angel feather? I said, well, I was just walking on the beach and I found a third one that is identical. And now there are three seashells. And this is all at the, same time that all of this stuff is going on. There's now three seashells. And when I picked up that second seashell, I already sort of felt like that DGCLT kind of vibe, because we have the seashell references. And then when I got the third one, I was like, I definitely am feeling this DGCLT and like the presence of Archangel Michael because it's in his realm, right? So I was feeling at that point, these are definitely some divine messages that whatever is going on, there's definitely something going on, but that I am protected. and also that we're training for DGCLT. So now we're coming into summary and closing lessons. So going off of the energetic data, there are clear signs from the very beginning of infiltration by any means necessary. One of the characteristics of 117 is that he loved to stay out of the public eye. So he was not very active in chats. He is currently active in Tiffany's chat channel, but he's not on any other social media that I know of now, though he used to be. But for the most part, he prefers to stay out of the public eye and act as an observer. He is constantly highlighting that he is just an observer, and that he is everywhere, as if he has eyes everywhere. And this is because he operates primarily energetically. There were multiple layers of astral targeting and exploitation over the years, made possible and easier by pre-existing portals of unhealed traumas, survival fears, energy healing, and shamanic journeying, which I honestly, from this point on, would just lump shamanic journeying in with the energy healing. I was targeted by an entity disguised as my higher self, which, as you've seen, is actually overshadowing. This higher self could communicate with 117 telepathically, which suggests that all of these entities are connected and have an astral network for hijacking and possessions, utilizing the astral realm and the dream space so that they are hidden in darkness. And this goes back to the Brian Blackmore D-class in the R&R exposure, where they're operating mostly from these astral sort of realms in this realm of like black magic. So the higher self, I have concluded, is a black hat narrative for demonic possession. We are the soul, and the higher self is a separate entity. So this is demonic. Why do all the Hmong beings follow the same narratives? Because they're all connected on the same network, and it is not the stellar network. I was targeted through my art, through my Telegram channel, through my spiritual journey, and my growing presence in QSI, which was being manipulated to be used as a place of influence. So this is the same exact pattern as Miriam's confession in the Khazarian Mafia call, where they target the platforms, the influence, and they're surrounding everything. And it seems like over the years, when one method of infiltration wasn't working, there were others being tried. So when the art wasn't working, when the Telegram channel wasn't working, there's all this spiritual stuff going on. And then eventually leading to none of this is working. Now we're just going to infiltrate the wallet through the med beds. There was programming being set up for a karmic contract to set up for hijacking. The idea that women are only good for one thing. I've gathered that the cabal does not like strong women. This goes back to the R&R D class as well. That the way that Nick is talking to RT, they seem to not appreciate strong women because they're very hard to control. And this is why they're afraid of Emily. This is why they're afraid of Freaky, and why they target them, because they're strong women who stand in their authority. This suggests that they know exactly who we are, and that infiltration is targeted and intentional. They want to isolate the nodes from the network. This is their surround strategy. So what are the connections between the ledger and the energetic data? So the energetic data shows the same patterns and strategies as Miriam, Somi, Blackmore, and Whip and NPM all rolled into one. There's the narrative that I chose you, I put you up there, pretending to be a secret white hat or a divine being with insider knowledge and connections, claims to know my soul identity. Ledger data shows direct connections to Whip and Miriam team through Australian Minds, Annette, Jeanette, Clown Dog, through the pairing of 117 and Tiffany, and the cabal always operates in their male-female pairs. There are attempts at either bypassing KYC to intercept the DQKD and receive rewards through me as a mule, or frame my wallet to look like I'm working with Whip and Hmong Beans to take me out. Either way, they win. One of the things that I gathered through this is that the ledger data acts as like a map of the stellar network. And the wallets on this ledger represent us as nodes. The roaches are trying to milk liquidity from the network where there is no liquidity by making their own rules and exploiting the nodes in our network activity. These are the liquidity pools that they're building. So they're basically trying to roach motel God. And this mirrors the activity in the energetic network. So the two they're the same network. It's just that one is energetic and one you can see on the ledger, but that's like a map of the energetic data. My wallet was infiltrated and set up for blackmail, essentially, by entities in our typical roach camps. My mind and body experienced the attempted infiltration and hijacking by astral entities in this same camp, which are evidenced by shared energetic traits, the higher self. Remember Somi channeling her higher self, and this higher self is not us. This is an entity. And the astral network, the telepathic communication. This is all the same. This is all the network, and it's all them. The evidence of the energetic infiltration shows on the ledgers starting around the medbed timeline, which is the same timeline as the Somi infiltration, and pretty much all of them want the medbed. So it just sort of fits the strategy and pattern really well. So the closing lessons for me were on KYC. I never properly KYC'd him, and this became a security vulnerability that made the infiltration possible and very easy. And in that, I not only put myself at risk, I also put the entire network at risk by allowing for possible infiltration. I never properly KYC'd him because I was operating in the faulty trust, which is rooted in old patterns of trauma bonding and other trauma responses. I trusted blindly under the fog of spiritual warfare and wide open portals and established my trust line to him, which allowed him to infiltrate me and my wallet without detection until security protocols were activated by Freaky KYCing and auditing his wallet in order to pass him through QSI training. So this is our network. Our network security protocol is what illuminated this infiltration. By attempting to bypass the KYC, he became the third-party interceptor to my DQKD. The increasing attacks, fog, and FUD are all the signs of the interception of the messages, or of the interception and messages self-destructing. So this is where I say that the fog and why I couldn't see him for so long, these messages of, Emily trying to warn me in 2022, and all these little hints all through the time, all these messages were being intercepted and self-destructing. This is that fog of warfare, spiritual warfare. Consensus. I know that if Emily and our entire family were to meet him and hear him speak, they would have recognized him just as quickly as I did after my eyes were cleared. This consensus would have put a hard stop to his infiltration, and this is why he kept stalling coming back to QSI, because he knew that he would be seen. Emily attempted to warn me, but I wasn't able to see it at the time until I was studying Stellar and anchoring my trust line to our network. Under the fog and unanchored, I was isolated and disconnected from Stellar and Source and couldn't see what she did. So this consensus is established on trust, which is made up of trust lines, which are the network of our family, the Stellar network. We are the Stellar network. Oh, and this is where the QSI wedding vow joke is born, because I said there's no more romantic relationships without stellar consensus and trust. Not with this kind of crap. Let's see, kind of already went over this one. The ledger data shows the map of the network, which includes the roach network connections and infiltration. And the roaches are connected both on the ledgers and energetically. It's all their same network. We can't separate what's happening spiritually and energetically from what is happening in any other domain, whether it be financial, science, tech related. It's all connected, which is why we have to study all of the areas and grow in all of the areas. Our divine stellar developers, with the Kim and AMPF ICO, both of these, the timing cannot be a coincidence and helped to clear the fog. I genuinely believe that our ICOs are not just D-class of what's coming in the future, that they are absolutely zapping us now. And that the timing just lines up perfectly. Establishing our trust lines and anchor to our stellar network. QSI, Emily, Freaky, this builds and strengthens our trust, consensus, and it also strengthens the entire network. So all of the nodes, essentially, we're all establishing our trust lines to each other and working together as a whole to protect the entire network. And the ledgers, our security protocols, our pattern recognition, KYC, all of this comes alive in us as the nodes. So the technology and the spirit are one. We are the stellar network, and we're embodying that every time we are studying stellar, integrating the core principles into our lives, integrating the D class into our lives, allowing ourselves to be upgraded and restored by it, putting our stellar glasses on. We look and we are seeing stellar everywhere. We are that network. And these roaches are operating on their own network, which is trying to infiltrate the stellar network, which is us. So I came into QSI already partially hijacked by demonic entities. And as the soul, I was in constant battle with them behind the scenes. The first set of portals I had closed when I discontinued my matrix job in mental health in 2020. Then there were no more entity transference from that work. And then the portals from receiving Reiki and the cannabis use that I was using to replace pharmaceuticals, those portals were closed around 2021, 2022. And then the shamanic journeying, I discontinued in 2023, which closed down those portals and disrupted the process of the overshadowing or demonic possession with my higher self, or not my higher self, the higher self entity. And with that entity gone, I followed Manuel back to QSI and became less active in my own channel over time until eventually discontinuing it as well. Portals from 117 Energy Exchange began closing around July 2024, which is when I started praying for the protection of our Q team and archangels in the dream space, and ultimately cut off in September of 2024. Clearing old entity attachments. This is another step in our process and one that is ongoing. So by continuing to follow my heart and choosing stellar and our Tao fam, my sense of purpose and our mission, I can't ignore the love that I have for all of us. This allows my soul and all of our souls to grow stronger and brighter. And that strength and brightness of the soul that we are naturally expels these entities. We can also use the fuck off methodology. And then we rinse and repeat. We continue this. This is an ongoing process, and it is something that even after we are receiving whatever goodie bags or graduation or evolution that we're experiencing, we are constantly staying alert and on watch and making sure that we are not just looking out for ourselves, but looking out for each other, which is exactly what happened in this particular case. By studying stellar, this helps me to realize and grow in the truth of my soul mission as a stellar servant, creator, guardian, and evangelist, and strengthens my light and empowers me as a soul to become a stronger node. This made it easier and faster to identify, expel, and bounce back from this attempted infiltration and transmute it into an empowering learning experience for our entire family, rather than succumb to hijacking and FUD, as has been done plenty of times before. So the entire motive for this presentation was actually rooted, I'm not going to read this. This is an apology for those who want to read the slides later. But I started this entire presentation after discovering the depth of infiltration that had happened on many different levels. And I told Emily that I wanted to make this presentation. I wanted to finish the research and put the whole story together. And I wanted to offer this as an empowerment experience. I wanted to transmute it into something that could be used to serve our family. And I wanted to apologize because a lot of my presence in QSI has been built around the spiritual aspects of stellar. And the infiltration that was taking place distorted the information that I was sharing. Some of this information may have come from this higher self entity. And I wanted to apologize because I realized that in sharing everything that I did, when I was sharing it, during those times, I was likely sharing information coming straight from an entity. And in that case, I was potentially misleading some of our family. And when I realized that this had happened, I wanted to make it right. I have already started to make it right in the sense that when I did the first unicorn report D class, in essence, that first unicorn report was also debunking myself and the practices that I had been involved in. And now I get to show you all that those are the practices that I was engaged in. And I wanted to apologize for any kind of distortions or deceptions or any ways that I may have misled anyone in the past or provided untrue information. And the UR report that I did to debunk some of that and to expose the lies and deception of the New Age movement and all those practices is not the last one. That's something that I feel is part of my mission, is to expose as much of this deception as I can, even if it means exposing the things that I once did. Because these are things that can be used to empower others. And my commitment to Stellar and to the truth holds true. And that is something that I want to take upon myself as part of my mission. So I wanted to apologize to everyone. And that's why I made this presentation. So I wanted to use the Ho'oponopono, the I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I love all of you. I also wanted to express my gratitude. First to Emily. She was well, technically Freaky was the first one I talked to, but Emily really, her faith in me is what really empowered me to set myself straight, to step back into neutrality, and to look at this as why am I allowing a roach to make me feel so emotional and betrayed and hurt and whatever. So it helped me, her support helped me to shift out of my emotions and into how can I transmute this as quickly as possible in a way that serves as many as possible. And so I wanted to thank you, Emily. I also wanted to thank you for trying to warn me 2 years ago about all of this. And I love you. I also want to thank Freaky for being the guardian angel that was checking all the places that we may not even look. Because of her auditing of his wallet and her being head of security, she was able to identify what I hadn't even looked at. I had never audited his wallet. I had never even considered to look because I was operating in that blind trust. And this was a security vulnerability on my part that Freaky was able to step in and be the security that I couldn't be, which in this experience teaches me also the importance of KYCing and auditing everything and being proactive in that respect. I also wanted to thank Manuel for leading me back home, even when you didn't realize that you were, and for your support through this as well. You've been encouraging me and really looking forward to this presentation. And you have always been a brother, even when we were in our own spaces. So I also wanted to thank Yeska and Mimsy for your support as well. And our archangels, Kim and the real Jesus and Archangel Michael and Grandpa Ivan. Because I feel like with their divine support and protection as well, and all of the zappies that have happened throughout this entire process that have allowed me to stay focused without being distracted or overcome with whatever, guilt or, any kind of shame. I have been able to look at this objectively, and I really feel like that has been in part from the support of our angels, our divine devs, and all the support that they give to us and all the ways that they're zapping us. So I just wanted to thank all of you, and I want to thank our whole family as well, just for being amazing and loving and supportive. And then a special message for the love bugs, 117 and Tiffany, and all the demons in drag pretending to be Jesus, Archangel Michael, Emily, the secret white hats, and anyone else trying to deceive, manipulate, and infiltrate us. I made a special band hammer for you, and you can fuck off. These are all the wallets featured in this investigation.
Before we start discussion, I want to say that was freaking amazing. I knew it was going to be really good because I had seen little snapshots of it, and you're asking freaking me some questions on various things to kind of help put things into perspective with or for you rather. So I want to make two quick statements and then discussion. So the first statement I want to make is I talked to the West Coast tour people about this, but I haven't really talked to everybody else about this too much either. So I want to make the statement on this call specifically. People have been asking about, unicorns and kind of what's the point? They know it's tied to divine GCLT and they know it's tied to integrity. And so I want to remind people, unicorns are not better than anybody else. They're literally just other nodes of our network, of both Stellar Network and of QSI Network. But what's really special about people that I'm, let's say, identifying as unicorn or potential future ponycorns. I know I joke with Manuel, I call him a ponycorn sometimes, but I'm also in the process of identifying who could potentially be future ponycorns. And I've got my eye on at least 50 more, like in round 2, round 3 of ponycorns to be identified in the future, right? So it's kind of like I'm always looking at different levels of where people are in terms of their experience. And so I say that because I want everyone to know, like, the reason why I chose this team as the first batch of unicorns is because they're really the beta test for Divine GCLT. They're the beta test for our Integrity ICO. And so a big thing about me, like me personally, but also the people that I choose to be part of this unicorn team, is because they're so open with telling people what their concerns are. They're very open and they're very fast to make apologies for whatever they've made mistakes on. And when they make that apology, it's not just like a brush off moment. Oh, yeah, okay, whatever, let's get over it. It's a heartfelt moment. And it's always 100% of the time, how can I not only learn this for myself, but how can I turn it into a teaching moment for everybody else? And when I go through that process, then it becomes, how do I actually help to debunk false narratives? And it could be not only false narratives that we've learned, but maybe also false narratives that we've spoken that we used to believe in as well. And that's one thing that Liana's really great at. Like every time we have these calls together, she and I are always like, please come join our team, help us to debunk falsehoods, help us to expose why they are false, and help us spread the truth out there instead for people. And one thing that, Liana kept talking about in her presentation was the more she studied Stellar, the more she could see the truth. Because what she's doing is she's learning how to integrate, right? That's a big key word, the integration of the Stellar D classes with your own self in your own journey in this meat suit. And when you are able to integrate the two, that's where you have quantum entanglement. That's where the zapping comes from. And I have an amazing D class for zapping in our DOAD calls. Another thing that I'll mention in terms of like this, the zappiness is, guys, I recognize that so many people in QSI are really stepping forward, like, right, these future ponycorns in training. Anybody can be security. Actually, all of us should be security. That's why we have the Panda Yin Yang ICO. And part of that is we become part of the Veil, right? The big Stellar security protocols, the one that I dedicated to Freaky because she's been our major band hammer. But if you think about Veil, what is the mirror of Veil? I actually just recognized this because I was typing notes throughout your presentation and I was typing in Veil and I had mistyped it and it came out to be evil. So you can see how the opposite of the divine veil is evil. That's where Satan resides. And so that's why we have to constantly watch out for not just ourselves, but everybody around us, right? All the nodes have to interact with one another. We can't get sloppy. We can't get lazy. Otherwise, we turn into Zeus, Mansa Musa, Shuvalov, who was part of the Q team and who had to be removed from the Q team because he got lazy. He got careless and reckless, right? We exposed that earlier this year. Manuel leading Liana back home, right? She mentioned those phrases. And I was talking to Manuel last year about homecoming, unicorn team, divine GCLT. Liana, I don't know if you remember the date on it. I don't remember either, but I'm guessing it would be sometime between October of 2023 and February of 2024. You said, I don't know what my humanitarian project could be. I feel like I'm just a sparkly, shiny unicorn. I don't know what else I can do. I don't know how else I can help anybody. And I was like, that is your divine mission. That is your homecoming / humanitarian project. And that's the impetus for Divine GCLT. So the last statement I want to make really quickly is, like Liana mentioned, and I want to clarify for everybody who's listening to the call, she had never done ledger auditing before. She actually had not even really looked at the ledgers before. So it wasn't like she knows how to audit ledgers, but she never audited 117 or, Jay's wallet. It's because she'd never done any of it. Okay. So her first foray into looking at ledgers and attempting to do a wallet audit is literally because of this. And I'm saying that because this was the same thing with me, the same thing with many people who are very proficient at auditing the ledger. It's not because we sat there and we have a whole, let's call it, teaching channel on how to teach how you audit a ledger or the wallets, right? It's because you have a calling and you want to go and you want to investigate something. And when you're driven by a divine mission on what you want to investigate by using the ledger, your intuition is actually stronger. You can learn through your intuition of reading the intention of the transaction. It basically jumps you light years ahead on how you learn how to audit the ledgers for wallets. So I'm saying that because this has become a recurring topic for people who are in chat. How do we do this? How do we do this? And that's why I keep saying, we can only show you where these buttons are, but we cannot teach you how to audit because that audit process is through intuition. You have to read the intention of the transactions. So yes, Freaky and I were able to show her, a couple of things here and there, but it's because she brought us the theory and we validated the theory or we course corrected the theory, but we didn't sit there. Freaky and I did not sit there and give her instructions on what to look for and how to look for it. She did it. So congratulations, not just for an amazing presentation, but also for teaching yourself how to audit wallets. So let's open it out to discussion.
Wow, Daniele. I mean, I'm so impressed with the strength of your soul, with how strong your soul is. Because I've told you many times this, that despite everything you were experiencing in your personal life, and all the hijacking, you never brought that energy. Never that I have felt, because never. I have brought that energy. I know, but so I'm so amazed. I'm so amazed by the strength of your soul, and it's so beautiful to see it, and it's so divine because you went through this hell to be here today. I know that your soul chose that because through your experience, as hard as it was, you could really teach people in QSI to see and to strengthen the family. And well, I could be talking about you for so long. When you were presenting, because your presentation is so clear, and so full of love as well. And so, but this is who you are. And you know how much your art helped. But your art, while you were under this influence, helped all of us to fight that influence. I mean, it's like, wow. And I saw, because when there is these energies that are there, what connects us, what strengthens our soul is what we love the most. So you have this moment that was so pivotal in which he was recruiting you to be a witch and go to others. and use you because you're very powerful to really be another of these demons and witches through your art, wanting to manipulate it, to start using it, but because you love your art so much and what your heart wanted to express through it, you say no. You say no. And it took longer. You were not famous, but it came from the right place, and how it had helped all of us. It's just, yeah, it's so divine. It's so divine, as Emily was saying, what happens, and then I was looking at the G addresses of these people, and look what I found. So one was JUFD. So this is JFAD. Another was QKBD. So it's QKD, but with a B before. So a bullshit QKD or Baphomet or whatever is the spell. But this is not a coincidence. And the other is 6TCL. This is GCLT. What is the closest number to G? 6. But it's 6CLT. I mean, this is all spells. These because they do it in front of our eyes and we don't see it. And look at this other spell. So I was thinking, okay, how do this hijacking happens? Of course, we have our wounds, but I think the wounds, they can use them, of course, if they are very, very deep. But I think the wounds, they can use them temporarily. And then if you have many wounds, they will put you in alcohol or in something that opens bigger portals. This is my feeling. So you go into the astral journey, into this space, and through there, you open a portal, they come in, they take a part of you that now this guy identifies with 25, and he's communicating to that part in you, bypassing you, your real soul. And then, they want you to develop, to sell you the story that you're helping the world because your soul will buy into that. This is how they get us. Because our soul will buy into the fake narrative that we're helping the world. And they want to create this identity as coach, mentor, guru. So look at the word identity. What was the part that Freud said that is this power that we cannot control and control us, the unconscious, the id, ID, and the other is entity. So the ID of Freud was a black magic spell. It's just amazing. And then there you are with your identity, that is them, is the entity, actually using the I that is unconscious. So, I mean, so many things, but this is, yeah, and it was amazing to see the manipulation, how he wanted to have you in a weak state. And every time your soul will speak, he will criticize that part. And then he will remind you of this other part that was giving the power away. So, yeah, thank you, Daniela. This was amazing in all the senses.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you. Thank you, Daniela. I was really looking forward to this. And you made this kind of like a beautiful flowing story with the excellent example of manipulation and twisting. And what I think makes this so interesting is also that we've been talking earlier about the fact that we have been targeted already before QSI. So here we see very clearly how most of our lives have been attacked by entities already before we come to this point in our life and with QSI. And I think that this is something that may cloud our judgment because we don't really connect like, okay, because this started earlier already, and you were looking for this support and this romantic connection with somebody, and of course I think that we all have our blinders on with some people and with some things. This is, I think, part of a human, of growth and evolution, that we have to come up with clarity about many, many things. But to me, it sounds so much like, we have a childhood with entities, we have parents who are drinking, and the entities are attacking us through narcissistic personalities and through the financial difficulties, and they put us in a constant fear mode and survival mode. And I think that this is the QSI, when we're talking about being at home, like we're now at home, we also, getting clarity to so many things with developers and with all the D classes, that we're starting to understand the full picture, and the soul mission comes very fluently into the picture. Because why would they attack us unless if the mission would be so important? And can you imagine that you have met this person like 4 or 5 years ago already, and then suddenly you become his mule, and there's already a plan in place? And it tells that the entities, they all also know the plan, and they are putting the stage ready, and seeing like, okay, this person vulnerability is here, and this person has an ego, and this person has a alcohol wound, and they are kind of like targeting us with specific programs, and then they try to get us in the hook. So I think that this was very clear sign, probably for money, to understand the bigger picture, that we are not only being attacked now, presently, but we have been attacked for so long time. Like we were talking with Manuel a few days ago about VE, for example, and before when I started, streaming, that there was so much attacks, and I really didn't understand why was I being so attacked? Like, where did this come from? I was just trying to make good information to people and everything, but when I came to QSI and all these blinders that open up in Eastern when VE thing happened, was like same thing probably as what you went through with the September revelation. Is like, oh my God, you can understand what has been happening to you, and you're like, oh my God, now it really makes sense. But of course, this romantic trap is something that is I think they use it so much because it works so well, because we all want to be loved, and we're looking for partners and healing relationships. So I just want to congratulate you that excellent work, excellent presentation, and excellent ledger, research for the first time. I'm like, oh my God, you're going to be such a great teacher. Love you.
I wanted to say, I'm glad that you felt like it flowed, because I really wanted to be able to show how the ledger data connects to what happened energetically. That was the biggest part for me, because once I realized that and I saw it, and I could only see that, I wouldn't have been able to see that if I was only looking at the ledger data, or if I was only looking at what had happened in the relationship. But to see them both together and to match them, like they right together, and you can see that it's all one. It's all the same. So I'm really glad that that came across clearly. That was something that was really important to me to be able to show.
It's excellent presentation. I like it. I like it a lot. I wanted to tell you, can you hear me? Or not? Yes? Okay. I can't hear myself. Okay. Like Emily said, she learned the ledger on her own in 10 days. I never did that. I never like sit for a week and learn. Never. I did the same as you. I was like, oh, this wallet is suspicious. Let me see what I can find. And I basically opened like 20 tabs. So I need like 3 screens to move everything around. And of course you need to mark it somehow. So you can, connect this with this and click here, click there. Basically, that's what I did as well. So I'm not an expert ledger, but I was doing the same with wallet as well before. And I created a huge map with his scammers and everything else, like you saw before. And for energetic manipulation, Miriam tried that with me in 2022, I believe. Then she sent me a huge text like this. I think that's the time, Emily, that she actually escaped with 90% of our task force. Remember? I think it was 2022. She sent the same text to everybody in task force like this. And I was like, okay. And I asked her something completely different that has nothing to do with her message. And basically that was it. They tried then and never again, I think, through my, brain. So since then, I think, like you said, they scared of me. Not only them, but I think half of the members in QSI. I don't know why. Because I remember that before, QSI members like, why do we have to see this? Why do we have to see that? When I put the screenshot with this, and this. We don't need to see this. I said, yes, you need to see this so you can do this and this. So you can decide for yourself whether we are lying or telling the truth, basically. So anyway, after that, they never tried anything, like you said, in your examples with me. But they did something to stop me to go now on this Euro tour. But of course they failed. So they never tried on me again, just this time and then, but in between never. I think, like you said, they may be afraid of me. I don't know if I look scary or not. But thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it.
Well, Freaky, I don't know why they're scared of you either, because you're only bully number 2. You're not bully number 1. So
We'll see about that. We'll see about it. In a few days, we'll see who is the biggest bully.
yes, we will.
I have a thingy prepared. Don't worry.
I have a thingy for you too.
We'll
All right.
see.
Go ahead, Jessica.
I just wanted to add one more thing is that I think that it's kind of like I wouldn't want to say that I admire, but I have to say that, the entity game they have thought about everything. So they have this plan and the map about people and about what is happening. And they are basically like laying out the plan that they are trying to achieve all the safety measures as they have to in order to take over. And, sometimes I'm just wondering, like, how extensively they have thought about, like, for example, like, when did they know, for example, that Danielle would be targeted in such a way? Or was it just a quantum entanglement, like, because all the things came to closer and closer and then it happened? Or is it like very, very planned? And how many of us have been kind of like planned as being a target in that sense that they were trying to plan you as a part of a WIPS scammer team, for example? Because unless if Freaky wouldn't have sent you the information and maybe it would have gone without noticing, then maybe it would have been brought up somewhere else. But I don't believe it would have been, because I think that the God would have interfered. But what I'm saying is that I wonder how many safety measures they have over there. And sorry, Danielle, you were saying something.
No, go ahead and finish. I was just going to add on to something that you just said.
Yeah. Anyway, so what I'm thinking is that sometimes I think that also the ones that fuddered like really seriously, who are now in White Hat's army group and everything, who are constantly calling us and Emily and everybody scammers, that maybe they are kind of like they are under the entity influence and they are getting their information from there, and they're basically like bombarded with this fact that, oh yeah, they're fudders, they are doing no, they are scammers, and they are getting money everywhere because that's exactly what they're trying to do to us. So it's kind of like they are feeding the information to the fudders, and then the fudders are trying to learn to read the ledgers. But since they are not connected with the ledgers, they cannot even do their study and they cannot even learn the ledger. So I just thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And to go off of what you were just saying, Jessica, too, about if Freaky had not like come out and presented the information that she found in his wallet, because like I said, I had never even considered to look in his wallet. If you remember, as he was like, I'm pushing him to go through training, and he said something a couple different times about how there would be a big surprise for me, that there would be others showing their faces as well. And so you can see he was trying to sort of plant this narrative that something was going to happen, and either Freaky or Emily or someone else was going to do something like maybe, I don't know, ban me or something, because he knew where he was getting the XLMs from. He knew. And he knew that I didn't know. And he was waiting for someone to snap on me, and then for him to come to the rescue again and say, see, I told you that, I've been telling you all this time. And no, what actually ended up happening was she found that, but I find it so hilarious that it was actually the roaches themselves that catalyzed the whole process, because they didn't actually audit the wallet. They just did the math, and they're like, oh my God, this is going to be the biggest exposure ever. It's going to be fantastic. It's like, yes, it is a really big exposure. Congratulations. Well done. So.
I want to add on to that and maybe bring a little bit more context to things as well. Because a lot of this presentation was revolving around the theme of what is this mission that Liana's on? Like, what does he want from her specifically? And if you kind of put this storyline, the 117/J with Liana with a whole bunch of other storylines, and they're all around the same time frame, I think it becomes more clear, right? Like Liana talked about how it's a lot of infiltration going into various platforms, and within the platforms, various channels of all these different influencers, right? That's a very, very big theme. One that Nick and I had talked about on the Kazarian Mafia Debunk and Expose call back in May of 2023. So one of the first ones that Liana had mentioned was Santa surfing. Now, I know that if you guys have come from the Q space before you came through WIP and into KSI, you might remember that name. But for people who don't know the Santa surfing name, Santa surfing back in those days, so we're talking like 2018, 2019, was also one of the biggest influencer channels in terms of Q intel space. So WIP was a massive one, Santa surfing was another one. There might have been like 2 or 3. Martin Geddes is another big one as well. But so when she said that name, all of a sudden I was like, whoo, that took me back, a couple of years into, yeah, they went after all the biggest Q influencer channels, like the decoder channels, to try to plop their influence in there and hijack those channels. And what did he do? He used that message that Liana had posted in Santa Surfing's chat room, essentially, basically asking for help, like, what do I do? And so he was able to then almost like monetize and through Santa Surfing's channel, that fundraiser for Liana. Okay, so it shows you that he was working in cahoots with Santa Surfing back in those years. So if we kind of take that forward, WIP has also talked about how before 2020, he was being, let's call it, contacted by the JFK, the senior, the junior, the Patricks, Elvis, Marilyn, Julian, like all those names, right? And I still cannot to this day figure out if it's 2018 or 2019, because he always says 2019, but we all know that his dates are always super, super off. But he talked about how they found him on Facebook and on Twitter, and they're sending him PMs to verify that they are, all these people behind the scenes, even though he never actually vetted anybody, just kind of like how Liana was describing it. And we all know that WIP talks about how he was talking to these people in PM, and they were grooming him, essentially. They were feeding him all this data, all these D classes, because when he made his first official post, it was January 1st of 2020. And they told him to start learning how to decode off of, I can't remember his name now. There's a very specific person that WIP used to follow on YouTube, and that's where he learned how to decode. So it tells you that that guy is also totally garbage nonsense. And that's why I can never identify, I can never go back and listen to his crap. But all of WIP's decodes, as we all know, now in hindsight, were because we exposed the fact that he was getting his intel from NPM. So NPM was kind of controlling all these, the JFK and the Patrick and the Elvis accounts that he was talking to. Another time frame that was very interesting is on the first interview with White Hat Home, he told me that he was monitoring me as of 2020. Well, what I only learned from Bunny like a month or so ago, and I told the Unicorn group, but I haven't told everybody else, is Bunny started monitoring me from 2018. on Facebook. And he said that he could see my posts, and all of my Q posts were only in Jason's private channel. I never posted anything Q related on my actual Facebook account. The only thing that I posted on my actual Facebook account was about like all the climate stuff, like climate change is total false. It's a false cabal narrative, because that was a timeline where I was working for my parents and they had that big clean technology company that was going to get the DOE ARPA-E funding, right? I told that story about how they were shortlisted for the award, and then they were called the day before saying you're going to win the award, and then it never happened because Obama shut down that division within the DOE. So that's when I was like, oh, this is total bullshit. Like, none of that is real. Like, it's total fraud. So I posted only that part. Everything else was in Jason Q's group. And yet, Bun Bun was still monitoring me as of 2018. So I'm saying this because I was also able to verify with him and Potato. I said, since you guys, have access to med beds, and you guys can see like what your past lives are and everything, is it the same as us? Sorry, let me rephrase this. When they were born into their next meat suit, like, do they have the same abilities and the same knowing of all their past lives? And so they kind of like didn't explain it too clearly if every single meat suit knows about their past life, or if they like only on some of them do they know, right? Until they go back into the astral. And I was asking them if they knew about me, because they seem to know about each other. And so they verified that the devs knew about each other's meat suits in those like specific incarnations, but they didn't know who I was in this incarnation. They had to go and discover who I was based on what I was saying when I was doing, right? So that gives the 2018, 2019 through 2020 context in terms of how they at first, they didn't know if it was me or not. They just marked me as highly likely to be who I was, like who my soul was. And that's why they were monitoring all these other people too. So if they were monitoring me, that shows you that the cabal was also monitoring me. They were monitoring you and everybody else in QSI. That's why they went after Whip and said, Whip is the guy who's going to lead everybody into, the quantum future. They talked to Charlie Ward saying he's going to be the official spokesman of the QFS, right? Because they're monitoring people to try to see who it's going to be. They weren't sure which platform it was going to be on, so they targeted everybody. They monitored everybody. The white hats did it. The black hats did it. And that puts these timelines into context for everybody. And, Yaska's been talking for a long time. She had her whole platform as a very prolific, very well-known YouTuber. Well, not just YouTube, but you had many platforms as well. And she was doing all this, exposing the cabal. I think you were teaching a lot of stellar related stuff too, long before she came and joined QSI. And I think probably before you joined VE at the same time too, right? So it's like, yeah, they were totally monitoring us, both for infiltration, but also for the White Hats to see, where are these people going, to see what direction they'll turn onto to actually provide that platform. And that's part of the reason why we all joined forces, because we all came together to figure out this is going to be the platform, but we all have to share our unique stories and our unique lessons to form a bigger version of a lesson. And that's why I keep saying, like, I might have started QSI, but it's not my project. It's our collective project together. And then if I continue on this, right? So they take over all these platforms. They buy their influence by giving them money. And so when you have them hooked on the money with a paycheck, then all of a sudden they are, more influential with them, right? That's like why Whip was giving them so much power, so much say-so, because they controlled his paycheck. So, like on this call, you mentioned Santa Surfing, you mentioned Colleen, Tiffany, you, Whip, and then let's see, I'm just trying to read my notes. I was taking so many notes.
Yeah, and it's funny because also Manuel and Danielle, you had your platform. So basically we all tried to kind of like do our thing, but then we knew that we have to be in QSI because QSI is a place for a common energy and where we can do this as a together project. So I think that, what happened to me, sorry, I interrupted you, Emily, but what I remember so clearly is that when QSI started, I was like, okay, now we got it. And then it was so easy for me because when we started doing all these weekly calls and everything, it was so natural to let my own platform just, die out, just to quit it, because I didn't offer anything that we would have been able to do here. So it was really, really nice. And I think that this was such a great learning curve for all of us, that we had to kind of like try our wings a little bit. Like, okay, what do we have? Do we have something extra? Or maybe it's better to be together and we get much more stronger like that.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right, Aska. Because like even with me with the developers, they talk to WIP before they talk to me, even though they found me before they found WIP, right? WIP has a bigger platform, and so well, Shuvalov contacted me at the same time, but I never saw his message because it goes, into my black hole of an inbox. And so I didn't see Shuvalov's message until like 3 or 4 months after WIP had already started working with him. Um, so yeah, so they talked to WIP first. And even though like all these messages in hindsight came to me going, we knew it was you all along, what they were saying is they had to verify that my meat suit is my soul because they knew who the soul was, but they weren't sure where the soul landed in which meat suit. And that's why they had to monitor everybody to see who actually was which one. Which I'll declass some of my soul. Yeah, I'll declass my soul on the DOAD calls and a couple other interesting souls as well. But you can see like why it's such a massive target. So I'm going to read a couple more of my notes. Brian Blackmore from a Roach Motel D class. Him and 117, you mentioned, Liana, that both of them wanted to share the narratives, right? So Blackmore got Nick the Dick to start spreading his instruction book on how to become hijacked in Pain on the Ass Gang channel. Here, 117 wanted you to share that with the unicorn chat. So you see how like they use these people of influences to try to infiltrate and hijack channels at a time. Let's see. Oh, and then you also mentioned that 117 chose QSI since the creation, and he chose you for his mission. And obviously his mission is to target, infiltrate, and hijack. And I thought that was very interesting because Miriam and Rocky had also confessed to targeting QSI even before QSI was created. And they did that through WIP's channel. And because I was an admin on WIP's channel and I started posting about all the stellar information through WIP's channel, they knew that they had to come and target me. And so that's why Rocky himself made a confession. Freaky, you'll remember this. I don't know if you can find that message again, though, is he was saying that he had 3 years of evidence on the ledgers against us. And I'm like, I haven't even been on the ledgers for 3 years. How could you have had 3 years on me when, my account is 2 years old? So
Yes, I remember this message.
yeah, so it showed you that he was targeting us via WIP for 1 whole year before I started the channel. So that's how you know that like these entity narratives are still the same narrative, right? The 117, the Blackmore, and the Rocky Merriam confession. He mentioned, I'm everywhere and I can't be found unless he wants to be found. That's power, that's authority. And so in his messages to me, he was saying, and I think also to you maybe as well, 117 was saying that he has influence over many channels and all these channels have over 10,000 people in terms of subscribership. So that's why another confession that they're literally going in and infiltrating as many of the big channels as they can. Then in another message, I forgot if it was to you or to me, 117 also mentioned that he was, I think it was to you, he was funding 150 people in similar ways to how he's funding you, right? So that shows you through money, power, manipulation, they are trying to control monetarily, like people who are in need, 150 people. But he sent that message when, so it could have grown since then. And what was one of the things that I had discovered about Miriam that I told Detective about back in 2020? Well, I discovered it in 2022 and I was telling him in 2023, but I was explaining how, and also in prior calls, Miriam created a beta testing group. And that's why she used her own tokens that she minted, LVG, it's called the living token. And what she was doing is she was teaching people how to create liquidity pools. And she was using her own token to fund it, to trade. That way it wasn't like touching real money that she could use, like through tracking who was using this stuff. She could also track how far her influence had spread and who her, let's call them students were in that group. And even though I was in that channel with her, like a chat channel, I never went in because I didn't have any calling to go into the chat channel. But what she was telling everybody was people were applying because they were learning that this group was starting to learn how to make, $50 a month and eventually $400 a month. That's what Mike Olson talked about all the time. I can make $400 a month doing, all these liquidity pools and learning arbitrage techniques on the DEX. And so he was telling everybody, like, you want to join Miriam's channel because she's teaching you this, whereas Emily's not teaching you any of this. Well, in that channel, she would screen people. You could only join, like she would only admit you into her lessons if you had some kind of major trauma, like you were about to go broke, you had severe kind of like pain trauma, family trauma, emotional trauma. So she was targeting people on who she could hijack and then allow them to join her channel. That way she would teach them how to make money. They would be dependent on her to show them, like to learn how to make money. And then she was also energetically attacking them at the same time. So they stayed dependent to her. And so when I told this D class to detective, that's when he was like, yes, that is totally their plan. Like, how could you see this was happening? And I was like, yeah, because what they're doing is she's a cockroach general and she's building all these layers of protection by basically extending her energy, her black magic on other people. So she uses their wallets and their transactions to push energy attacks, just like how she uses their wallets to hide her own wallet to make that money on liquidity pools, because they're building liquidity pools, but the amount of money they can put in there is so negligible that their share of the liquidity pool fee is like peanuts. Whereas Miriam and KT were the one making the bulk of it and using them to make it a bigger pool, right? Because it's all about it's about percentages. If Miriam and KT own, let's say 90 to 99% of the liquidity pool, they will make 90 to 95% of all the fees. Whereas that 1 to 10% of liquidity pool is being actually built by everybody else, but they will never really see the big money, right? So that's how you track it energetically with Ledger at the same time. And one last comment, how 117 was trying to manipulate you through the energy stuff is the same thing that Ree and Roll Tide were doing through all the admin team. Ree doesn't have that gift, but Roll Tide does. So what they were doing is they were pairing together and they were being hijacked themselves by Blackmore. And through that, Roll Tide would tell everybody, oh, if you have, traumas or some kind of problem, come to me. I'll talk to you. I'll counsel you through that. Then she would learn how to manipulate them. Then she would share all the data over with Ree, who would then hold people accountable because she's supposed to be the one that holds people accountable. But instead she was weaponized by saying, oh, you didn't fix yourself. And therefore that gives us grounds to then ban you instead. And then as she bans all these admins or, people from the group, the quorum, then they would place in their own manipulated, hijacked people that PJ and I don't even remember the freaking name of the wife of PJ anymore. But these cockroaches, Beth?
Yeah.
So thank you. So PJ and Beth were then finding who they could, like from an admin or a leadership perspective, they're figuring out who they could target and then plant into all these quorums or project teams to start taking over quorums and project teams. So, right, like it's totally weaponization of all these traumas. Yaska?
No, I just reminded that I think that one thing that becomes very clear after listening to Danielle's D class, and also if you think about the timeline, that it looks like that the med beds are the key components that really makes the whole difference to us, but also to the cockroaches and to entities as well. So I think that this is something that most people don't really understand, because maybe most of the people are thinking like, okay, I need to be healed. It's very like, I don't mean to say self-centered thinking, but in a way, it's kind of like you think about yourself and your close family. But can you imagine that the cockroaches and the entities, they have covered everybody who might have the privilege access to med beds. So they try to put their generals and soldiers everywhere, because this is something that if they would get their hands into them, they probably think that it would guarantee them like for eternal life. But to me personally, I think that they are kind of like safety guarded, that there is no way that if they would get their hands on them, that they could operate them, because they're operated by the frequency, right? And through the sabbing and, through the whole safety system. So I find it kind of hilarious that has been basically they kind of like the goal to get the med beds and the money, and they don't have any possibility to get any of it. And I just love it.
Well, that reminds me, Aska, like if you think about EES, right? Jason Shirka's EES system, that's literally what it is. The cabal created EES to serve like a medbed. That's why they are being, marketed as if they were medbeds. And then they're taking over all of these centers and facilities that are being run by people who are being energetically hijacked to run the facilities, to then spread the facilities. And it's no different than, like, I talked about how in the past I've been to a tachyon chamber twice. And who is running the tachyon chamber? It's a guy that believes in the New Age movement, who at first was like, very like, oh, like, I want to learn more about Stellar. Can you tell me more about this? And then he started getting involved, and he opened up a wallet. He started investing into our ICOs, and then he got hijacked, and he turned against me, and he sent this nasty email saying, oh, you're trying to screw me over, and you're a scammer, you're a Ponzi scammer, and blah, blah, blah. And you guys remember this post. He attacked me saying that not only am I a Ponzi scammer because of QSI and Stellar, but that I refuse to pay him for use of the tachyon chamber, even though the tachyon chamber is totally donation only. And I told him, I was like, I'm short on cash right now, but I can pay you in terms of assets. So I had gifted him a lot of assets, which technically would pay him like way more than his, he recommends giving him $60 per hour as a donation, okay, as a tip. So yeah, like all of these technologies, facilities, and methodologies that we explained in Unicorn 6, they're totally hijacked, because that's how the cabal targets people. It's because these people, they want to become the future version of Christedness, have access to med beds, and so they try to catch them early, so they're doing only the cabal stuff first instead. Manuel, did you have your hand raised? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I didn't, but I have many things that I wanted to share, because this is so, it's so intertwined in our journeys and everything we have lived. And I was thinking about the channels, because we all wanted to talk about the truth and teach Stella. So there was a good purpose in having them. And then I remember that, I started to feel that my energy, I wanted, because the Spanish, quorum was calling me, and I felt like, what am I teaching if I'm learning? That was a year ago. I knew so little, but then in the Telegram channel, I started to feel the energy. Like, there are some people, there is something here, and one of the admins of that channel was Susan. We came together from a Nicola channel, and Susan I think she was moderator or something in New York, and I had a very good connection. But she's the one that I had a call, and she was showing me how with the pendulum she realized that some star was from Andromeda. And then she was bending the forks and this, and she was banned from QSI. So I think I could start to feel the energy, and I said, oh my goodness, because in these small niches, we are more vulnerable to being hijacked. When people go to these truthers channels, they're doing two things, and we're all doing two things because we all did it. One, you mix the energy. It's like the liquidity pools. You mix your energy with their energy. So energetically, you are connecting without not knowing, of course. So the same in these channels. This is why they want you to go there. And this is how the portals are open. And then, I remember I left even yours, Daniele, because of course I connected with you there, and I was so happy. And because you always have had your beauty, I saw you, but I felt them there. And this Manuel today would have told you. But I didn't even know what was happening. I was just like, oof, I need to get out of here energetically. And then I was thinking, that Daniele was talking that one of the things that 117 said is, I will come when I'm needed. So what does it mean? When you are in need. Because it's this state of weakness and vulnerability and disempowerment. And what is Stellar bringing to the world? Empowerment in all aspects of life. Empowerment. Because when we're in that state of vulnerability, if we look at the world, many times we feel hopeless. And this is something that Emily has said many times, that the people are selling opium. Because for our body, energetically, it actually is like opium, because we need the hope. The soul needs the hope, and it will take it from wherever. So this is another thing that being in QSI, we are hopeful because we have seen the truth, and it prevents. Then I was thinking, in the presentation, I was thinking, this 117 sounds like Blackmore. I mean, probably he's not Blackmore, but the demon that is controlling them both is the same. It sounded so connected. And I remember how well you could read in the folder of Blackmore. I couldn't even open it. I was like, oh my goodness, I cannot. But you were like, boom, yes, plan. So and I think being close to that energy allow you to expose him. So, and I think there may be the same, because I think there is this kind of big mother demon that has the tentacles through people. I don't know how they work. It's like, and then I wanted to remind the people in QSI that, because some people have been writing lately, like, I have power over entities, so they don't have power over me. And it was so interesting to remember that Shuvalov, part of the Q team, was hijacked. So this commitment that we have is forever. You can never stop, because we're always exposed. And I was thinking that this is why QSI is so important, to be connected to one another, because we can remember one another, remind one another. I talked with Yaska some days ago. I was having a crisis, and she was there saying, yeah, Manuel, yeah, I remember. And it was, yes. So we're so important.
So I have, go ahead, Ricky. I have a couple notes, and I also have a D class too.
I just want to ask a couple of things. First thing, you said that you left your own channel because you didn't have anything to contribute after a while. So you're basically just here in QSI, which means actually it's proof people only need to follow QSI, right? Correct. And then the second thing, you were mentioning about the med beds, and that the entities came at the same time frame when the med beds, but I thought that the monk being said that the med beds are false and they don't exist. So basically, another lie. So just more proofs what Emily's saying. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Ricky. Yeah. So you are right. Like, Susan went by Susie on Telegram, and we did ban her because she was starting to do a lot of the voodoo woo-woo kind of stuff. And she was bringing her influence into the channel, and bringing very questionable people into the meetings as well, and trying to give them more space. Like, one of them I met in New York, and he was trying to have his little influence on me and my family at the same time too, like my parents. So we're like, no, we're not having any of this. So we got rid of them. But I want to go back to a couple more notes, because you mentioned like a lot of the different scammers that are operating in Stellar, and I want to kind of walk people through, I guess, more like a highlight of the different scammers and some of like the, let's call it, common themes. Okay, so 117 connections. You mentioned Clownda, Scamet 1, and Scamet 2. These are the nicknames that Freak and I gave them. If you don't know who these names are, then it's Cloda, Annette, and Jeanette. We call them Clownda, Scamet 1, and Scamet 2. And because of all of this garbage nonsense that the Cabal does, and they're so stupid, they can never remember what their own garbage nonsense is, but Freaky and I can, I was able to trick them. And I won't say how I tricked them, because I don't want them to see how I actually used it, but I have the proof of their confession was when Juan, which is Miriam's butt buddy, they're like BFFs, Juan confessed to being either Clownda, Scamet 1, or Scamet 2. So that's how you can tell that they are all the same groups. And then if you guys remember from White Hat Home interview number 1, I think it was number 1. Yeah, number 1, that's when White Hat Home said that there were actually only 4 teams of scammers on Stellar. And what they do is they overlap with one another. They work with one another. Sometimes they're competing and sometimes they overlap, right? So it depends on like which branch of the cockroach gang are they? Like, are they higher up? Then we'll work with them. If they're lower down, they'll fight against one another and they'll try to compete. But what they do is they create hundreds and hundreds of fake accounts on Telegram to make it seem like they're all of these different people, but it's actually just a handful of people who operate all of them instead. And so it's very easy to see how like this person could pretend to be that person at the same time. But I do want to confirm that 117 and Blackmore are 2 different people, because through Liana's help, we were able to KYC 117. He lives in Germany. We have his name, we have his address and his contact information. Through my research on Brian Blackmore, I have his name, his contact information, and he lives in Massachusetts. Okay, so 2 totally different people. One's black, one's white, right? So that one's pretty obvious. Let's see. So just like with 117, both Miriam and Blackmore and Somi also create armies of cockroaches to hide themselves through layers of defense, right? I just talked about that with Miriam and her living school, her liquidity pool school. Here's another one. 117 is most likely also connected to Crypto G community, CTGX, which we also know as NPM and Miriam. How? Because like you were mentioning in your presentation that 117 uses public updates to prove his own legitimacy. And what does Crypto G do? They make all these posts going, oh, here's Bitcoin just made an announcement, or they just moved so many thousands of Bitcoin into another wallet. And what they do is they show you the ledger of the Bitcoin wallet and how it's moving money back and forth, but they can never show the legitimacy that they actually control that wallet. They're basically just showing you a screenshot of a public wallet that anybody can validate. And they're going, because the news says it's moving, and then this wallet is also moving, that it must be me. I must be the one in control of all that money, right? So it's the same kind of strategy that they're doing. 117 is connected to Orion. If you guys remember Orion, that is the name that I talked about when I was exposing Team America with a K, that is behind, not SGB, the token, but it was like how it was connected to the fake Hospitalers website. And I can't even remember all those names right now, but it's like, I had made a post, it was like 2 or 3 posts long, about how there's this Orion group and he's pretending to know the trust account managers of these big accounts, like the big RV accounts, and how it's all fictitious. They're basically scammers in cahoots with other scammers. And Orion is one of the guys who is being used on Telegram to connect with other channels to push this false information out there. And I was able to validate that with Bunny, Potato, and Ivan, that he's a total scammer, and that entire operation through that website, it was like WSBOH, I think, World something, whatever, Hospitalers group, that whole website with all of their many videos talking about, like, if you make an account with us, then we can give you access to XYZ, all scams, right? That was like a month or 2 ago, D-class. And that's what these guys are doing as well. And Tiffany, right? Tiffany is the admin name on Whip, but that's not even her real name, but it sounds like a real name because Tiffany is a real person's name, but her actual name is Stephanie Choose Moretto. And I was like, that's another freaking Khazarian thing to do, because Khazarians, we've proven since like literally the dawn of time, when Khazarians were created in Khazaria, they are these Jews who take false identities, often of the people that they kill, right? They take ownership of their identities and then they pretend to be somebody totally different. And that's what they're doing right now. All of these Khazarians that we've been exposing, they're of like some actual real name on their government ID, but instead they create layers of fake names that sound like real people's names to then confuse you. And a lot of the times it's probably the people's names of like the meat suits that they just hijacked. So that's another confirmation. Higher self, right? The whole Blackmore thing, because Blackmore is teaching people how to disassociate with themselves. He gives you step-by-step instructions on how to look at a mirror and go through all these different activities to learn how to separate your soul from your higher consciousness. And here you're talking about the shamanic journey also, you know, instead of using a mirror, you use a shamanic journey. And the shamanic journey teaches you that your higher self is different from you, even though it's trying to tell you that it's the same thing as you, right? So again, it's basically disassociation, which is a satanic activity to do. And then I thought this was really interesting. So 117 was telling you that even though this is your car and it has your name on it, you cannot drive it to certain places. You're still forced to walk. Well, I'm sorry, Jane, I'm going to mention something that you sent to me in a PM really briefly. But I had known in the background that one of Jane's fears was that Troy, number one, who she nicknames the skunk, well, both of us nicknamed him the skunk, was trying to control her through fear tactics and manipulation by saying, like, you know, you can't leave your home, because if you leave your home, well, sorry, Troy wasn't saying this to her. This was a fear that Troy's entity put into Jane. So Jane had thought that she could not leave her home because she left the protection, her sanctuary, that they would come and they would attack her, like on the streets, as an example. So for like a year and a half, she never left her home. She would only go between her home and her backyard, and that was it. So the first time she left her home was when she went to the big statewide event, and I think it was like March or April of was it this year or last year? I can't remember. Last year, maybe? Whatever. Freaky, you know the dates. I talked about this in the Roche Motel call. Right? So like they were weaponizing her fear against her because that was an entity, that the fear was the entity. And so what Jane was telling me in PM recently was it wasn't just the fear that Troy put in her. It was actually what Rhee and Rolltide were telling her too. So Rhee and Rolltide told Jane, which of course Rhee and Rolltide never told me, but Rhee and Rolltide told Jane, if you ever leave your home, you have to report where you're going to us. That's how we help keep you safe. No, they were monitoring her so they could know where she would be to send entities to her to attack her. Right? So they were creating this whole like loop cycle on how to attack Jane. So luckily, you know, Jane is in the process of breaking free, healing her traumas so she can be rid of these assholes, you know, once and for all. But it's a long process. So let's give grace and time and love and healing to Jane so she can go through this. Let's see. The feminist bitch comment. Yeah, that's totally what 117, sorry, what Blackmore taught to Nick, and Nick was telling to Rolltide, right? Because they were dating and they're saying, like, you know, women need to be dominated, men need to be not a PUSSY, because that's a beta male. You have to be a strong alpha male, and you do that by showing her that you're in control and that you dominate her. And it's not just dominating her in life and making choices for her, but Nick the Dick would also talk about how you have to dominate them in bed as well. So it's like in every single way that a woman can be, let's say, like living a life, a strong alpha male, which is actually a satanic male, has to go and dominate her. Right? So that's another big tie-in. You talked about light language, and then on the John D class posts, I mentioned that light language is actually what they would call angelic language, right? Like John D was creating angelic language, but through that D class, we found out that the angelic language is actually satanic demonic languages. So all those symbols that he wanted you to put on there would have been demonic symbols instead, under the guise of light language and angelic languages. The 117 connection with WIP. So obviously on top of all the ledger connections that you put together, 117, like, remember how you were reading a passage and you're like, I don't really know what the heck is what he's trying to talk about? I recognized it because this is what WIP does to me. 117 and WIP both want to take credit for every single thing we've ever done in our whole lives. By doing that, it means that we're beneath them, we're subjective, and they're dominating again. So that's why WIP always says, oh, Emily could not have created a QSI without me. I'm the one that did everything, but she's the one that's trying to take credit for it. Whereas I'm the one who actually executed all the actions. I'm the one that came up with the D classes. He posted it. He got the credit. Almost everybody in QSI back in 2021 and 2022 and even through like the first half of 2023, they thought WIP was the one doing those stellar decodes, but it was always me. And you could see my name on the forwarded posts, but they were giving him credit, which fed his ego. So then he thought that he was the one that was actually giving out Stellar D classes. And then he also tries to take credit for how like, you know, he taught me that Stellar equals open source. And I'm like, that also was a lie. I gave him credit for 2 years, not knowing that NPM was the one that fed him that detail. But NPM got that information from the freaking Q team, right? So it's like all of these demonic entities basically try to do is take credit for everything and put you down. That way you do feel worthless. You don't feel valued because you feel like maybe that wasn't me, maybe that was them after all, but that's actually just a lie. So I want to hear a quick break. Do you guys want to say anything before I share more of my notes?
Well, I just want to add that I think that this is the twist that what 117 was using to you, Danielle, was that because we have been, our society is really like wanting to have this spiritual, you know, kind of like a lifestyle, and it's great to be a channeler, or you know, our society kind of like likes that kind of a shit nowadays. So I think that also, you know, if you tell somebody that, okay, you have the power and I will, you know, support you with that power, it makes you feel unique. And I think that this is something that many people crave, to be very special. They want to have that feeling that I can do something special, and talking with entities or having, you know, power to predict things, and you know, like these kind of supernatural things are in high value somehow. And I think that this is a trick where these entities can really play you without you really understanding. So I'm kind of just like reviewing your fog and the fogginess, that it kind of like, you also this trick that, you know, women have to be dominated, is that, okay, you rely on me, I will teach you how to be special, and then together we will change everything. We will be like queen and king, and we will be there as a you know, kind of like special people. So I kind of like understand the storyline in that sense, that I know what is the draw into that kind of relationship as well. I just wanted to say it out loud, because I think that's something that I see in people, that they really want to, yeah, I want to be also a kind of medium. I want to have those skills. I want to talk with angels, or I want to talk with dead people. You see what I'm saying here?
In this whole divine feminine, I'll do a D class on that as part of one of our DOAD calls as well. So I want to kind of change gears for a quick second before I continue with some of my notes, but this whole notion of a kelp bot, right? That was a big theme that that Liana learned on the ledgers. Is it's basically using the tactics of arbitrage in terms of day trading. And all they're doing is they're automating that in order to make money off of it. So it's a very cabal tactic because, well, first of all, we see how the cabal uses it in terms of like the normal financial stock market world. We're also seeing how it's being used on Stellar through the kelp bots. And I had a discussion with Anthony Leva, on this, I think a couple weeks ago, because he's noticing that off of Stellar on other blockchains, there's something called a flash loan. And a flash loan, when you actually look and study it, at first Anthony was trying to bring it to my attention, and he brought it to, you know, a couple other quorums. He was presenting about that, thinking like, oh, you know, let's learn about this new thing in the blockchain. It might be a good thing to learn. And after I did some research into it, I did talk to Anthony, so he understands it now. But at the time, he was like, oh, it's just a cool blockchain thing where you can maybe, like if you utilize it the right way through all these different companies, you can make some easy, safe blockchain money. Okay, so that was the premise of it. But after I did my investigation on it, I then discovered that this flash loan concept is the extension of KelpBot. So KelpBot does all of this automated arbitrage through Stellar, right? So it's Stellar asset to Stellar asset day trading. What flash loans are doing is they're doing arbitrage through cross-chain, cross-blockchain instead. So they're trying to say if you're swapping an asset from this blockchain to this blockchain, it has to go through all these, you know, all these swaps in between. And a flash loan captures all that. And so the only way to make money is the safe way, because through atomic processing, if the action doesn't go through, then it doesn't even work. But what they're trying to say with flash loans is every now and then there's almost like a glitch in the system where you can capture all this money through all the fees and it goes into your account. So, you know, I had this conversation with Anthony. I had also brought this up to Potato. I was like, you know what it sounds like is Miriam and KT, who are kind of like the masters behind KelpBot and like the people who actually programmed KelpBot, is they were able to almost like perfect KelpBot from a manipulative black hat strategy. And because they've already perfected that, they want to extend it to other blockchains. So they started working with all these other companies that are actually creating flash loans so that people can buy into them. And they're essentially doing exactly what Miriam and KT did before cross-chain, okay? So that's where this comes in. Arbitrage is flash loan, which is KelpBot, but for multiple cross-chain transactions. And so when I put that theme together and I told Potato about it, his first comment to me, because he hadn't heard of specifically that one company's name, is he says, I'll do more research. I've never heard of it, but to me, it sounds very sketchy. Then after I explained my theory about KelpBot and flash loans being the same thing, suddenly Potato came back and goes, that sounds exactly like a fraudulent scheme. And when I talked about KT and Miriam, that's when he started giving me the yes signs. Okay, so basically confirming that our satanic entities that are, you know, proliferating throughout Stellar are not staying within Stellar. They've gone across chain onto multiple chains, if not every single chain. I also have confirmation from Colette Freiberg from 2022, where she messaged me. She might have deleted it by now, but she had messaged me saying that they're already talking to other, they're talking to Ripple, Ethereum, and one or two other blockchains I can't remember right now, but they're trying to explain how to capture the anchors and capture the oracles, right? The price oracles over there. So again, that ties into all the cross-chain swapping. It ties into SEP 40, both the SEP and also our ICO. Because what they're trying to do is, Liana, you mentioned the name or the word anchor, right? Anchors and nodes. Well, in Stellar, the core version of it, an anchor is an off-ramp, on-ramp, okay? But that also means it's an asset. An asset could be like a node, just like we people are also nodes and we are also assets. So that's the big reason why our Stellar developers in Interstellar, they knew that the cabal would come after the anchor, so they hid the anchor, right? Our Stellar Anchor platform is hidden. That's why it's under NDA. So all they can do is they can capture anchor assets on core instead. That's why it was a really, really massive D-class when we talked about how Stellar has two ledgers, Anchor and Core, and how we have a ledger bridge that'll eventually bridge them together, and then how Potato's ICO the other day on Anchor ICO validates that, right? Like all the actual transactions, the actual volume is on the Anchor side of things. That's why all the work that the Interstellar community has done is on Anchor as well. So I hope that kind of helps people to put in their mind, like when we're saying that this web of infiltration and the web of scamming, both on Stellar and off of Stellar, is so overlapped and interlinked, it's because we're walking you through step by step the connection with all these different scammers right now. So I'm going to take another quick break. Do you guys want to share anything before I go to the next section?
I talk about these ICOs with one of my friend who used to be in ETH when it kind of like took off, and he said that he will never ever go into any ICOs because he lost so much money in the scammers with the Ethereum network. So I think that people have that kind of experience, which I think it's very wise that we have this kind of a system right now going on. So, but anyway, it's an interesting take on the thing that people are very skeptical, of course, but well, they will come eventually.
Go ahead, Manuel.
And I think the white hats are going to use all of these so that people demand legislation and security. And so, you know, this is what the white hats do. They always use this, even if it's painful for a while, so that people realizes that we need this. We want inside with our soul, but also in the system.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why there are so many articles out there about people getting scammed and governments, having basically no transparency because they have to push people to push for legislation. So that's a validation of that. And even like with cheesecake, because not everybody, but I would say like probably at least 50% of QSI, we've all gotten our wallets hacked or scammed, to some extent, some once, some multiple times. And so if all of us experience how vulnerable our assets are, then we're also going to demand for cheesecake and AMPF and other kinds of protections in the future. So I want to remind everybody that the Strong Woman D class, this Divine Feminine D class, is going to come next month. But to prepare everybody for that, this Sunday's this Sunday's movie is going to be Hidden Figures, which if you've never seen that movie, it's about the women in NASA, the women, the human computers in NASA. So I think that'll be a nice prep. So as you guys are watching that video, please keep that in mind because I'm going to declass the Divine Feminine, okay, in one of our DOAD calls. So I want to transition to a D class right now on Satan. And I wasn't going to talk about this early. I was going to save it towards closer to DOAD, but you brought up a topic, Liana, that I thought would be a great transition for this D class. So you mentioned how these entities, these satanic entities are operating on the astral realm. We call it the astral network. And I now want to give it some context, okay? So I talked about how on Unicorn Report number 6, we declassed that Satan is literally ego since day one. And a couple of days ago in chat, there was, some debate about Adam, the creation of Adam. And there was a discussion between Liana, Liliana, Mimsy, Deb, and I think a handful of other people. And then I also made a post as well. And I said, I can see where Liliana is coming from because of the secret book of John with the apocryphal texts, because that's going to be a part of another D class that I do later on in the future, right? So I could see like where her understanding in terms of apocryphal books are coming from and how a lot of what she's studying through the apocryphal books also relate to her stellar D class. But then in that message that I sent to Liliana, I said, it's about 50-50, right? Like what she's learning and reading from is correct. And the other part is false because that's part of the psyop. And so I want to now declass Adam, and therefore it also declasses part of Satan. I talked to, this was Potato and Ivan. And I said, who created the body of Adam? Was it literally the creator / God? Or was it Satan who made a physical shape, which is the golem that is presented in the apocryphal book? So the apocryphal version is Satan created a golem, which is like when you make like a human out of mud, right? Clay is often the reference. And it's just like this lump thing. But then they had to give it life. So I was asking the developers, did Holy Spirit breathe life into this golem that created the body of Adam? Or was it always divine because God created Adam and then Holy Spirit breathed life into it? And I said, from my understanding, Adam was always divine because it had to be shaped and formed by Creator through the Creator's hand. And then the manifestation of like the physical matter was created by the light. And then the Holy Spirit breathed life and gave Adam purpose, right? That's that Trinity that we talked about. That was the D class of the actual Trinity, and not what the Bible talks about is the Holy Trinity. And I said that would prove that the text of the apocryphal secret book of John has also been manipulated because they were trying to say that Adam was a golem first and not a divine man. So both Ivan and Potato said, yes, God created Adam and not Satan. And then I further went on to have a conversation with Ivan, where Ivan said Satan is the virtual realm, the virtual world. So of course, I'm now looking up what is the actual definition of virtual, because I think about, digital, but it's not just digital. It's literally anything that's not physical, okay? So that means it's also spiritual realm. That's why they're going into the astral to attack people. That's why they're called energy attacks, guys. So I said, okay, so Satan has no way to create Adam because Satan doesn't have the creator's hand. It cannot create. It can only copy and manipulate. That's why Adam is the first man. It's a divine being. And then all Satan can do is create clones of people. And then Ivan said Satan is a copycat, nothing more. He tries to copy everything that we do, but he does the opposite of good. So then I say, okay, virtual world now makes total sense to me because they have to operate in the virtual space, meaning non-physical. This is why they attack your mind, they attack the digital, and they attack the energy. And Ivan said, yes, that's why it's by faith in the unseen. Right? That is a massive phrase that is always being repeated. So then I said, oh, that makes total sense now. We have to win the war on their plane of existence. They live in the unseen, and that's why we have to fight them on the unseen realm. So like them trying to use Cabal minions to win the war in our realm by taking key physical areas and hijacking people to, kill people or harm people. So they hijack people and they hijack lands, and the lands that they hijack are highly contested areas. That's what Ivan helped to declass on Unicorn Report number 4. And so they also hijack people through the minds because those people are highly contested people because they would have been the ones here with us as warriors helping to defend Stellar and defend the truth. But because they're such highly, let's call it highly influential people, they become highly contested people because of the hijacking process. So I wrote, it's like a game of capture the flag, both in the physical and the virtual realms. And Ivan was like, yes. So this now explains why I told you guys from a long time ago, back in 2021, Miriam told me one lesson that I would never forget. And that lesson is, if you are having a discussion with somebody and it turns into a debate or an argument, and no matter how much like logic, reasoning, proofs, evidence you try to show them, and they cannot understand any of that, they just keep going with their, garbage nonsense, it gives you proof that they have been mentally, spiritually hijacked. Because what they're doing is they're fighting that energy battle with you, not on the physical. So now we know that Satan is ego, and they are literally operating in the digital, virtual realm. It makes total sense why we cannot talk to them with facts and logic and proof. We can only fight them on the digital realm. So do you guys want to comment on that?
Yeah. Is there some kind of special rules in that realm?
I don't understand the rules question.
Well, I mean, like if we are fighting a war, is it like just kind of like a mental war, or do we have some kind of a special weaponry for that kind of a spiritual realm, or that digital realm? I was just wondering, maybe we could have some extra hand.
That's a great question. So our special tool is our divine guidance that helps connect with discernment and intuition. And that's the reason why we keep pushing discernment and intuition over and over again. And the people who rise and rise and rise and help to match, right? Because you got to meet the divine frequency. So once you meet the frequency, you hit the various DQKD of these different assets, like, Holy Spirit and quantum orb and holy high and stuff like that. Once you match that resonant frequency, you are now gifted those special tools. And that's the reason why the people who FUD or they never quite reach that, maybe they're here, but not quite here yet in terms of their belief and their understanding in Stellar, they haven't received those divine gifts yet. That's why they're still much more susceptible to FUDding than some other people. And that's why we keep telling everybody, DYOR, you have to be the one that fulfills this mission. I cannot learn it for you. So yes, it is your mind. They're trying to have a war on your mind. Go ahead, Manuel.
Hi, I love now. Well, I was thinking, that look at our body. There are billions of cells. The cells have DNA. We have so many arteries. It's such a creation. How could Satan create this amazing? It's like a universe, there is so much within us physically. And this makes so much sense because everything they want is that you go somewhere else, that you ascend, that you open something that connects you, because in that area, when you are not here in this life, they get you. And what we have talk on Sunday, the heart and the tears connect your soul to the body, so you expand. You don't need to go anywhere. Everything we're trying is to bring it everything to our body physically, and then we're gonna have more bodies. It's not that this is the end, but now because this is that our soul will shine more on who we are, and here we're a body for now. And then I was thinking that what we were talking before, that Jessica was saying, like these people really believe, because there is this entity controlling now their mind, and they really believe that we're scammers. They truly believe that. I think the big demon, when they are in the body of 117 or Blackmore, then they can lie and twist. But the other people that are hijacked, they are under this fog and they really believe. So this is why it's so difficult to prevent when it's happening to you, because you start to feel different, to think different, but it's already them, but you didn't see them coming inside. And this is why I think this fall has been so pivotal for QSI, because on the one hand, we have started to see that all these negative thoughts, all this is them. So we can faster realize, okay, this is not me, something is going on. It's an attack or it's an entity, on the one hand. And on the other, we have started to see our soul, when we have the tears, when the sappings come, when we connect. So we can start, because there are these two energies within us, the divine energy that is the soul, and this other energy that is trying to hijack us. And I think the more we share this with the world, the more other people will realize and understand what is happening in their lives, the weaponization of family. And I spoke I think it was maybe a month ago, I did a video explaining how they did it with my family, and how, in the summer when I was in Spain, I told my mother, who was an alcoholic, that, Mom, this is a demon. When you drink, you open a portal. And I don't know if I have shared that, but my mother stopped drinking. So she has been now almost 2 months. And she's my mother. It's so amazing, because I had not seen her for 30 years. But now when I've talked with her a couple of times, I'm still a little bit, taking the confidence to be in contact with her, because before, suddenly the demon will be there. But it's my mother, this beautiful, funny soul. So it's so beautiful, the power of, and this is why I love so much what we're doing, Emilia, what you have been doing for years, the truth, because it's going to set us free, give us a chance. I understand this, that, really hurt my children, was not me. And this gives me the freedom, and allows me to see that there is a soul there, and I can come back to it always.
If I may, one more thing say. I was thinking about this entity thing, and I think that this is not even a D class in itself, but more of a statement that we will probably quite soon learn that all these wars and unfairness and all the division is actually coming from the astral realm and from these demons, because most of the people always say that why are humans like this? Why are humans always fighting? And why are people always, in this? Why is this happening? Why is world looking like this? And we don't really understand the influence of the entity and the astral world. And I think that this is also part of our mission, to understand the consequences of the spirit world. And that is the core thing, that, like you said, that this is a spiritual war. And once we win that war, or at least we get a hold of them, these creepers, then we can change the world and the way it looks and the way it operates. So in that sense, that, I think that we're starting maybe to understand, because you were writing, Emily, to one of the chat members about the divine ICOs the other day. And I started thinking about that because to me, it's like the core of a mission. in a way. You know, this is how I'm feeling it. But, you know, it's not maybe that not everybody is really fully understood it yet. But I think that this is what we are actually here to do, is not the financial system, but it was a kind of like a bridge to the ICOs of the divines, and now ICOs to even deeper. And I'm not sure what's going to happen, you know, the next month, but I have a feeling that there will be coming maybe something even greater. I'm not sure, but you know, I think that devs wouldn't let us down on that. But anyway, I just wanted to say it out loud, because most time we are disappointed at our fellow human beings without really understanding that all the things that they are doing is not because of them, it's coming from elsewhere.
Yeah, and thank you for that reminder, Yaska, because like I remember back in, I want to say, if not 2021, then definitely 2022, I started making statements that, like, I don't even know where these statements are coming from. Obviously, I was getting the quantum zaps as well at the time, but I would say things like, okay, so just keep in mind that my journey into coming into the space was through the finances in the military and the Q stuff. It was never the divine stuff. It was never the ascension kind of, you know, intel, none of that realm. And so for me to learn about that realm was, you know, I mentioned in a post earlier, it was kind of a rude awakening for me that it's actually connected. But yet at the same time, back in 2022, I was already making comments like money, which is currency, is based on current, which is a frequency of vibration. And so in the future, I was already like foreseeing somehow, right, through the quantum zappies were the ones that were telling me, and through my mouth or through my fingers, I was actually giving the messages that in like distant future, we will no longer rely on money in terms of a financial exchange, but a love exchange between people instead. So I mean, it goes back to divine, right? Because that's literally what this is all about. So that's how you bridge the two together. The divine and the financial is bridged together through love, which is what Manuel's always talking about. So Ricky, I don't know if you have any final comments, and then afterwards I want to read something, and then I want to turn it over to Liana for your final words, and we'll close out the call. Okay, so I want to share two pictures. I'm going to read them, and then I want to turn over to Liana and give you the honors of your final words to wrap up. So the first picture is, let me make sure I can find it. Okay. So this is a message from September 26th, and it shows that I had forwarded a message that Liana had written, and she talks about how she's investigating into these wallets, these, you know, the 117 wallets. And Ivan responded, "It was beautifully said. She is a strong spirit. I can tell you that with no doubt in my heart." And then I was telling him about the 117 guy, Jay, and how he's connected to another cockroach, Orion. And he goes, "Yes, they're trying to infiltrate. It is so obvious." Okay, so that's the first one I want to show. The second one I want to show is this one. So I'm not going to read the entire page. So November 19, Liana wrote, "I'm so grateful for my tests. Yesterday, I was reviewing all I've done, all I've gone through the last 4 years, and I can see how everywhere along the way where I thought that I was dumb, worthless, failing, incapable, etc., was actually all entity warfare. And I kept going anyway because I couldn't ignore the pull in my heart. And now after this last one, I truly feel it's changing me. So I know it's changing all of us. All of the tests are worth it, even though for many of us they are hard. We are seeing ourselves what our own strengths are, instead of someone else telling us, and seeing our own vulnerabilities so we can overcome them and go stronger instead. By learning for ourselves what our own strengths are, I feel like we learn more about our own purpose too. I know we have our unique battles and testing, but a really interesting pattern I'm seeing in my own and reflected in the community is that Satan really doesn't want women to realize the warriors we truly are. This is why he throws all the daggers out at women who are standing in their authority and tries to make us get back down on our knees and submit to the authority of men. That's why they're terrified of Freaky and Emily and why Rhea and Roll Tide were such valuable targets. I mean, look how Nick the Dick talked about Nicole, like women are only good for one thing. And yet, look how many strong female leaders we have in QSI. Satan hates strong women, especially ones that love sparkles, because this is one thing I've been talking about over and over again. If you look at the proportion of how many women that we have in some kind of leadership position, not just admin, but the whole team, the chat helpers, like the global helpers, and on our project teams, it is by far overwhelmingly women. And it's no disrespect to men. It's not like you can't do as much or you can't be as good. It's just the women are really stepping up. And so that's why I'm going to have a really big D class in December about this. But it starts with watching that Hidden Figures movie. So Ivan responded to me and he says, with no doubt in my heart, I declare Danielle, a brave woman, a woman of wisdom and courage, love, and compassion. Great things await her because of her faith. Great things await the QSI community who have proven time and time again to be faithful servants of this journey. Because he's trying to remind everybody it's not just Liana/Danielle, it's not just me, it's not just a handful of people, but it's literally the people who have proven time and time again to be faithful servants. So you can't just do it once and flat out. You can't just do it twice, but every single time that you are beaten down with some kind of entity attack, energy attack, you have to rise above and then help do what we do, not just recognize it, but help to start teach other people what you're going through so they can become aware. And the reason why I underlined this word declare is I thought that was a very interesting thing to write, because who is he talking to? He's talking to me, right? He's declaring to me that Danielle is all these amazing adjectives that you see here. So it reminded me of another ICO. So I put it over here on the right-hand side. October 5 was the cross ICO. And I had asked him to give more D-class on that because his original version that he sent me, to me, didn't really mean very much as a non-Christian. I kept thinking this is a Christian ICO. So I needed more D-class on the cross and the symbolism of it. So this is part of that I then added into the actual ICO write-up. So I said, can you please include a D-class on the shape or the design of the cross? And that's when Ivan wrote, it is a declaration of spiritual autonomy, a mark of divine protection, and a powerful reminder of the true message of Jesus' love. So what he's doing is he's saying, these divine beings, our stellar developers, the Q team, is using the cross as a divine mark. Just like how on the Romanov ICO, there's also a divine mark on people as well. And so that divine mark is also this declaration. One is a physical declaration, one is a verbal declaration. And so what they're saying is they've declared that Danielle is under divine protection now. So I thought that was a really amazing way to kind of end this call, because she's been under entity attacks for all these years, 4 years, almost 5 technically at this point. And now the divine beings are saying, we recognize you. We've been watching your journey all along. But by you coming out and saying, I'm grateful for the tests. And not only have I learned from it, but I'm so grateful because I can now use this test as a call that she's going to lead through 3+ hours of D class, her own personal journey. She can now teach everybody else what it looks like to be under energy attack, to be almost hijacked fully, to be almost weaponized and used as a satanic tool for satanic, demonic languages and artwork. She was able to wake up, snap out of that, break from the fog, and then deliver this beautiful D class. So amazing job, Liana. You truly, truly inspire me, but I really think all of us collectively. So that's why I wanted to ask if you have any final words. We'll end on that.
All I can think to say is thank you and I love you. And I'm going to try really hard not to cry.
We love you too. So thank you everybody for listening to this call. And I remind everybody, please re-listen to this on the replay at least once, hopefully twice before DOAD, because we're going to drop some, a lot of bombs and some incredible bombs. So if you guys thought last year's end of the year call was great, or the D classes this year were great, you ain't seen nothing yet. So take care, everybody, and we'll see you back in chat.
Thanks for watching this QSI presentation. To join the QSI community online, just scan these QR codes and connect through our social media. You can also access the QSI mobile training apps and online resources. QSI, by the people, for the people.